Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said to flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High AHAYAH. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High AHAYAH. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High AHAYAH afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God AHAYAH afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their God. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus. Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High AHAYAH, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his own program because you don't believe so? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay? His program was before us. And it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there and say, well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, off the water, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:11 p.m. Central Standard Time, January 26, 2024. And pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today and this evening. And whenever you may happen across this live stream, hope you're doing well, that you've had a blessed week, and that you are definitely paying attention to all the things happening right now in our reality, because it is getting crazy, right? But nonetheless, we are thankful to be here throughout all the craziness, all the chaos and things that are happening in our world. We're thankful for another weekly Sabbath. We're also thankful to be here for another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. And so we have to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Godhead, first and foremost, the AHAYAH. Some may know it by the Elohim, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the Hebrew, the Father's name is AHAYAH, the Son in the Hebrew, YASHAYA, and the Holy Spirit is Ruach in the Hebrew. Give all honor, praise, glory for being here for another weekly Sabbath. From Friday night to Saturday night is the seventh day of the week. It is the weekly Sabbath day of rest, where we connect to the heavenly realm, rest from our servile work, and connect with the heavens. We congregate, we come together, fellowship, we dive deep into the word, we dive deep into prayer, all those things. So definitely thankful for this opportunity to unwind, disconnect from the world, and connect to the heavens. All right. And so here we are on Friday nights. We like to deal with things that are happening currently in our current society when it comes to news, events, prophecy, Bible prophecy, connect the dots, show you how it all lines up with prophecy. All right. So we can make sense out of the confusion and all the madness that's going on. We can make some sense out of it. And the Bible helps us to unlock, through understanding prophecy, it helps us make sense out of everything that's going on. All right. So here we are. And boy, do we have a great live stream for you all today and this evening. I'm definitely excited for the information that's been put together. And let me go ahead and get the title for the live stream and the content we will be discussing this evening. So our title for this live stream is and will be The Mystery of Iniquity Unveiled. The Mystery of Iniquity Unveiled. All right, so we're going to dive in on that here momentarily. And before we do, let's go ahead into some quick announcements for the church. We'll start with this particular platform and ministry. We stream on Friday nights. And right now we are streaming, of course, from twitch.tv. Let everyone know we are streaming live from Twitch right now. The website, twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest, where you can watch and listen live. Okay. We are also multicasting through Blog Talk Radio, blogtalkradio.com. The guest caller number, as you can see below me, is 515-605-9327. At any time you can call in. If you have a comment, question, anything you would like to add, you can simply press 1. That puts you into the guest call queue. And I will be checking the lines periodically to see if we have any callers. Hopefully this week we'll be able to get to some calls. I know last week there was a call or two there, and there's so much information to go through. I wasn't able to get to you all. So hopefully this time, if there are any, I can get to your calls. All right. So that is how you can listen right now live stream. Now, once the stream is over with, it does archive to Twitch, but only for 7 days. Okay, so after 7 days, this stream will no longer be available here, but we do have the backup for all archived content on Odyssey, GOCC Southwest on Odyssey. Okay, you can also find these links under the About section here on Twitch. We have our main channel on YouTube, GOCC Southwest. You can find the backup channels, the links for the backup channels on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure you're subscribed there, because anytime we go live or anytime there's an announcement, if we happen to maybe come on a different day or time, if you're subscribed to our main channel, then you will be able to hopefully receive that notification to know. All right. We sometimes it's unusual, but sometimes we do come on different days than Friday, and then sometimes we might come on a different platform like YouTube. But for the most part, we're here on Twitch because of the stuff we're speaking about. All the copyright stuff, just is too much to try to navigate and deal with. So we just come here, and believe it or not, you'd be surprised. YouTube is still sending out, they're still actually removing videos from the channel from years ago, saying that, we've updated our terms and now this video violates our terms, right? So at any moment they can pull a video off of YouTube based upon how their terms change, and they seem to change daily. All right. So it's always good to have backup and be able to have a free speech platform where we can talk about everything without having to worry about the censorship. Okay, so that's why we are here. We also have the GOCC media channel on YouTube, where we come on once a month to discuss all things health, fitness, and nutrition for GOCC Fit. Okay, so make sure you're subscribed there. You also have other content, other brothers that come on and live stream there as well. Make sure you're checking them out and supporting them too. Okay. And that is it for this particular Friday night ministry. And we have the main church YouTube channel, right? A Gathering 144. A Gathering 144 on YouTube. Subscribe there. Our backup is GOCC NYC on YouTube. All right, make sure you subscribe to those channels. We also have our church website, gatheringofchrist.org. Okay, gatheringofchrist.org, where we have everything from our Holy Day calendar to the Hebrew calendar that you can actually purchase if you would like to have the calendar according to the 364 days. You can purchase it there. We have the GOCC network, where all of our small business entrepreneurs provide products and services. You can go there to support the community. Also, if you would like to become part of the network, you can also inquire there too. You can also get to the Hebrew and Bible Academy enrollment from the church website. The direct website is historytimes.org for the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Hebrew and Bible Academy. And so make sure that if you would like to enroll, or if you would like to find out more information, that you're going and checking the Hebrew and Bible Academy out, where you have everything from the Hebrew, learning the ancient, as well as the some of the modern Hebrew concepts. You also have weekly news, and then you have the main lesson for whatever the lesson is for that particular week that's taught, okay, by the elders there. So make sure that you are in attendance and supporting. It's $150 for 3 months, or 2 installments of $75, okay, to attend and be part of that. All right, and I believe that is it for the announcements. And let me just make sure, checking the chat here. Everything is good. Good to see you all here. Have about 330 people in. That's good. Right. So we can go ahead and get started with the information this evening. And man, a whole lot to go into. And hopefully we can get through it all. And, pray the Holy Spirit gives the ability to articulate and deliver the information to where it's edifying and understood for you brothers and sisters out there listening. So the title for tonight's live stream is The Mystery of Iniquity Unveiled. The Mystery of Iniquity Unveiled. Okay. And so we're going to break down what is the mystery of iniquity, the meaning of unveil or the unveiling. But just to recap, right? Just to recap, our last broadcast we did 2 weeks ago, 2024, the year of smoke and mirrors, which was a question. And, 2024 started out with a bang. You had the interview, which broke the internet, which is probably the all-time most watched interview, right? And maybe the history of interviews, especially on YouTube or on the internet, which may never, be beaten, at least not in the foreseeable future, with Cat Williams and discussing the Illuminati, discussing the gatekeepers, speaking about some of the men you see here on your screen, who would be your modern day jesters, also known as comedians, entertainers, movie actors, influencers. And, we discussed the topic, we discussed the idea of and the concept of smoke and mirrors, basically magic, sorcery that's used to distract, to deceive, to divert, to draw attention away from, the actual, whatever it is that should be focused on. So when we talk about smoke and mirrors, we're talking about all the psychological operations, the false flags, the Jedi mind tricks, the trauma-based mind control, the hocus pocus, the sorcery, all the things that would be in the bag of tricks, the chicanery of the witches and wizards that, are existing in our reality, who we may look at them and not realize that they are a wizard or a witch, because we look at wizards and witches in our reality as wearing long pointy black hats, a witch flying around on a broom, right? And that's just more so the, sensationalized version of these characters. Not to say that they don't wear those types of attires, right? And clothing and whatnot. But, all in all, we discussed just, the idea of the Illuminati and the powers that be, all the different names that are given, the New World Order, right? And identifying them in more particular detail, especially according to the Bible, as Amalek, the name and the identification, whom no one wants to call out. They would rather more so deal with the branches, the tentacles, and not the beast itself, right? Amalek, which would equate to today's modern Jewish upper echelon power structure. Okay. Not so much your everyday Jewish citizen, but your Jewish elite would more so fit. And them operating in this secrecy, in secret societies, and employing others to do their evil bidding, to be workers for them, to bring about their plans, their evil agendas. And to where you may, Cat Williams talked about these particular people that are in the black community are plants, agents. Some people question Cat Williams' validity, even though he spoke a lot of truth. But, really what it comes down to with all of that, I don't get so much into, if someone is controlled opposition or whatnot, because in a lot of ways, you'll never really ever know if they're controlled opposition or agents. You can't look at their fruits. Those people are more so easy to identify, but those who are giving a lot of truth that are in this particular industry, right? Politics, sports, movies, music, right? Entertainment, TV shows, those that are in that industry and come out and speak truth, and you wonder, okay, are they controlled opposition? For me, I'm more so focused on the message more so than the messenger, until they start doing things that you would question their actions, right? Because they're doing things that would be contrary to what we know is as truth, or things that are moral. All right. So I just wanted to, put that out there first. Okay. But more so that there's a lot of things happening in our reality right now. And the smoke that could be put out there as a smoke screen for the enemy to hide in, to cloak himself, to continue to do his evil. They're talking about Amalek. Okay. Continue to do his evil. But not only to hide within the smoke as a defense to get away, but also to use the smoke to be able to attack from, right? To attack from cover, to use the smoke to bring forth deception, okay? Through miracles and all different sorts of devices that they could use, instruments that they could use now to attack and defend themselves. And at the end of the day, we're the ones who are left in the smoke, dazed, confused, maybe wounded, maybe taken down. So it's just making sure that we don't get too caught up in things that should not be prioritized. All right. We do have issues within the black community with our leaders, and that should be called out. But also there are other issues that we cannot, lose sight of or track of at the same time. Plus, making sure that those who are behind the scenes, behind the leaders, which we're going to talk about more here later, in the black community, that maybe are not being revealed, or, as our title suggests, unveiled, the unveiling of these dark masters. All right. So before we get started, I want to first go to the Bible. We're going to first go to the Bible. And we're going to the book of Colossians. All right, let's go to the book of Colossians, chapter 1. And Colossians chapter 1, verse 26 tells us what? It reads, "Even the mystery which hath been hid from ages and from generations, but now is made manifest to his saints." What mystery is Paul referring to here in Galatians? We'll keep reading here. It says, "To whom God would make known what is the riches of the glory of this mystery among the Gentiles, which is Christ in you, the hope of glory, whom we preach, warning every man and teaching every man in all wisdom, that we may present every man perfect in Christ YASHAYA." YASHAYA, Mashiach, or Jesus Christ, as it is written here in the English. All right. So basically What has been revealed and hid from the ages is the gospel of Christ. That's in particular what Paul is speaking about here. For so long, we've been given Christianity, right? And we're going to talk about Christianity a lot tonight, all right? We're going to talk about the religion of Christianity in a lot. And we've been given a religion and not been given the gospel of Christ. Well, now we're in the last days. We're living in the times of revelation, and now it's being revealed to his saints. It's now being made manifest to his saints, this mystery. And we're going to go into this, the gospel of Christ. And what is the gospel of Christ? Right? But let's look at this word here, mystery, because we also see that word within our title for the live stream. Mystery. What is the Strong's for mystery? It says here, Greek 3466, mysterion. It says a secret or mystery through the idea of silence imposed by initiation into religious rites. Okay, so there's a lot we can take from that. Secret, silence, initiation, religious rites, mystery. Let's look at the Thayer definition here. It says a hidden thing, secret, generally mysteries, religious secrets confided only to the initiated and not to ordinary mortals. A hidden or secret thing, not obvious to the understanding. A hidden purpose or counsel, secret will of men, of God, the secret counsels which govern God in dealing with the righteous, which are hidden from ungodly and wicked men, but plain to the godly. Okay. In rabbinic writings, it denotes the mystic or hidden sense. Mystic. We're going to get the definition for mystic also. Okay. So just giving an understanding of just a exhausted, expounded definition for this word mystery. Now let's go to, speaking of revelation, being that we are in the days, in the time of revelation, where things are being revealed, these mysteries, or in particular, this particular mystery, which now allows us to have access to the other mysteries spoken of in Scripture and that are happening in our reality. Go to Revelations chapter 19, and we're going to read verse 10 to understand what is the gospel of Christ, this mystery. Revelation 19:10 tells us what? And I fell at his feet to worship him, and he said unto me, see, thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant and of thy brethren that have the testimony of YASHAYA. There goes that gospel. That testimony is the gospel of Christ. Worship God, for the testimony of YASHAYA is what? The spirit of prophecy. Okay. The spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Christ. Let's get the understanding of what this word here in the Greek definition of prophecy. We have here prediction. Okay. Scriptural or other, a prediction, but there's more to it than just that, because most people, when they see prophecy, you're thinking something that's prophetic in the future, hasn't happened yet, maybe has been written about, predicted to happen, but there's more to prophecy than just that. That's just one part of prophecy. When you look here in the Thayer, it says a discourse emanating from divine inspiration and declaring the purposes of God, whether by reproving and admonishing the wicked, or comforting the afflicted, or revealing things hidden, especially by foretelling future events. So we see not only the revealing of things hidden, revealing the hidden things, especially by foretelling future events. But we also see the divine inspiration through discourse and declaring the purposes of God. What is God's purpose? Understanding God, gaining his understanding, his knowledge, okay, is part of the testimony of Christ and the spirit of prophecy. What else? Whether by reproving and admonishing the wicked. So also with that comes correction, meaning, being in sin. We are now given the opportunity to understand what sin is by learning the laws, the commandments, the way that Christ taught us, and repenting from the sin, meaning leaving off from that lifestyle. No longer are we living in sin and seeking baptism through Christ's baptism for remission of sins, and now walking a straight and narrow path of righteousness. Doesn't mean that, you may not still make mistakes. Okay, we are people living in this fleshly body, and so therefore, we can make mistakes, sometimes unintentional. Sometimes we do things that we know we shouldn't do, but we do them, and but then there are times where we do things where we have no control, didn't know, and therefore, it's sin, but there's grace, right? So we thank the Most High for grace and mercy. But this is all part of the spirit of prophecy. What else is part of the spirit of prophecy? Comforting the afflicted. So we have those who are destitute, low estate, oppressed. Okay, those who are dealing with, spiritual attack, right? Demonic attack and hardship in life, dealing with all types of life challenges. They may be sick in their bodies with disease. They may be, financially destitute, homeless, all these different things. Maybe it's just, you may have the financial side together, but you may not have it together mentally. Maybe you need some mental relief from Christ to help you with any type of psychological issues that traumas a person may be dealing with, or spiritual traumas, right? So this is all part of the testimony of Christ in the spirit of prophecy, okay? So you also have the revealing of things hidden, especially by foretelling future events. So just so we understand what all comes with this mystery of understanding, and when you understand the gospel of Christ, this mystery that's been hidden, for ages, from generations, that we now have been given access to know the truth in Christ, right? And so it comes with all of this. It says here, used in the New Testament of the utterance of Old Testament prophets, of the prediction of events relating to Christ's kingdom and its speedy triumph, together with the consolations and admonishings pertaining to it, the spirit of prophecy, the divine mind to which the prophet's prophetic faculty is due, of the endowment and speech of the Christian teachers called prophets, the gifts and utterances of these prophets, especially of the predictions of the works of which set apart to teach the gospel, will accomplish for the kingdom of Christ. So all of this is all for bringing forth Christ's kingdom, to preach and proclaim that Christ has come. He is the Son of God. He has died for our sins. He is going to judge this earth. And these are the prophetic things that are going to happen to the earth as judgment. In the meantime that these things are happening, here's what you must do to be saved. That is the gospel of Christ, right? And so, you look at the prophecy, and maybe for a lot of people, it's the prophetic things that drew them in. They see what's going on in the world, and they see it, and they're like, man, I'm looking for this to make sense. Somebody got to make sense of this. And here is the understanding. And it makes total sense to me. And that draws you into Christ. And that's the purpose of these events happening. These prophetic events happening is to hopefully wake you up, right? And so a lot of you can attest there's certain big events that have happened in the world, or maybe even in your life, that have woke you up and drawn you closer to Christ, and made the decision to now walk this walk. And for those of you who maybe are here and you're not baptized, and maybe this is all kind of unfamiliar to you, now is the opportunity for you to now inquire what you must do to be saved, and to hopefully, because you have some that maybe are skeptical about the Bible because of what religion has done, to now we can go into things that were spoken of before now, right? And we can show you the history through the Bible of these things, and connect it to our current reality through history, what's happening presently, and what is showing and shaping up on the future horizon. Okay. So we all have the opportunity to be saved, but we must do what? We must accept Christ, his baptism, and walk after him. Now, going back to this mystery that we spoke of in Colossians chapter 1, and we saw that it is an initiation. Okay, so now through Christ's baptism, we are now initiated. We are now made manifest the mysteries that are hidden to those who are blind, right? They're not given access, right? These secrets or these hidden things, these silent things. But for those of us who are baptized, keeping the commandments, now we are able to be initiated into Christ, into the wisdom, which is the Holy Spirit, and understanding to now be able to discern and see things clearly in our reality. All right. Make sense of understanding what the Bible is saying. And it's no longer a mystery to us. Doesn't mean that we know everything, right? But a lot of things now are being revealed through this initiation. Now, what if the same way that the Most High God has his initiation, which comes through Christ, he is that door. If any man come to the Father, he must come to me. He is the truth. He is the truth and the life, right? So if you want to receive get to the Father, you must receive Christ. You must go through him. What if Satan also, Isaiah 14 says he will be like the Most High. What if he also had his initiation, okay? His understanding, his knowledge, to where, you might think that you're actually, what you're receiving and attaining is good, right? We look at Genesis chapter 3. He told Eve that if you eat of this tree, you shall become as gods, having your eye open, knowing both good and evil, and you will be as gods. So what if now Satan is promising the same salvation, immortality? And if a person is, deceived and not understanding and knowing this, could now fall in line with that path, thinking that they're on the right path. Because remember, Satan, the serpent, was more subtle than any beast of the field. Okay, he is the great deceiver. So his job is to mimic God, to make you think that the path that you're traveling is that of God, but it's really the path that leads to him. It's really the path where you're now serving him, and he's gotten you away from and blinded to where you're now blinded from the mystery of Christ, even to where he would even use Christ to deceive many. Many shall come in my name saying I'm Christ, and shall deceive many. Okay, so if we're not coming through the straight door, which is Christ, he is the way, the truth, and the life, then we have no opportunity to reach the Heavenly Father, and we will reach another God. And so that's what we're going to talk about this evening. And we've been talking a lot about this Albert Pike letter, right? We've been talking a lot about this Albert Pike letter about the Illuminati plan for 3 world wars, written August 15, 1871. All right. And there's a few words we really want to focus in on here, right? This whole letter is very revealing. But there's the words of Illuminati, we want to focus on. We also want to focus on under the Third World War, where we have where Albert Pike says, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity, where there would be an enchantment on those who were under the religion of Christianity, will have that enchantment or that illusionment broken and now be disillusioned. And then at that point, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer brought finally out in the public view. All right, so we want to focus on this part. Another part. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity. So we also are going to focus on the destruction of Christianity. And then you have here, for those who aren't familiar, Albert Pike, a 33rd degree Freemason. As you can see, as you scroll down, I mean, he is in his suit. This wasn't I wouldn't say this was Halloween. His Halloween suit for 1 year, he decided to dress up like a Mason. Even when you go to Washington, D.C., you have a statue monument for his grave where they have it all Masonically, decked out. So it's no question that this guy's a Mason. We're also going to talk about his book tonight, Morals and Dogma, where he speaks about all of these things. And even if you scroll down here in this document, you see the word Freemasonry. He was first part of the Fraternal Independent Order of Oddfellows. He then next joined a Masonic lodge. 1859 was elected Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rites Southern Jurisdiction, where he remained this Sovereign Grand Commander for 32 years, which was toward the end of his life. For the rest of his life, he was the Sovereign Grand Commander, said to be the father of 19th century Freemasonry. Okay, it even says here, he published a book called Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of 1871. Okay. Pike is still considered an eminent and influential Freemason, primarily in Scottish Rite Southern jurisdiction. So we're going to get the understanding behind a lot of this tonight when we're talking about the mystery of iniquity being unveiled. Because somebody may ask, well, what is a Freemason? What is the Illuminati? You may even have those who would say that this particular letter is not authentic. It wasn't real. Albert Pike never wrote this letter. And that's okay too, for those that may think that this letter is something that just somebody was sitting around and concocted up. Because they say, well, at the time of 1871, there were no words like Nazism and communism, Zionism. These words didn't exist. That's what somebody would say. Okay. But these words didn't come around until the 1900s during Germany and Russia. That's when these words popped up. That's what they would say. But we'll look at the Illuminati, what Albert Pike had to say about Christianity being destroyed. Also, the Christians being disillusioned, their spell broken from Christianity and now being brought into the pure doctrine of Lucifer. We're going to take a look at all these things tonight. Was Albert Pike the first person to allegedly write on such topics, right? Can we go before in history to and look at those before Albert Pike to see if others possibly maybe wrote similar things of what we read in this letter. And then maybe this letter then becomes null and void because if others before him said the same thing, then, well, we can use what they're saying and this letter really doesn't even matter if it's already been said by those before him. Okay. So just putting that all out there. And before we continue, I want to go back to the Bible. And we're going to go to Psalms 83. Psalms 83, because in order to identify this mystery of iniquity and to unveil it, and what we're reading here with Albert Pike, Freemasonry, the Illuminati, all right, we must identify the main antagonists that we read of in Scripture and see if we can find traits or characteristics that would line up, that would align, right, to what we read of when we study now these secret societies. Can we now align these attributes and characteristics with a character in the Bible? Knowing that we've identified Albert Pike as being a Jew and the Jews being Edom or Edomites, okay, of Edom stock, right? And so can we now draw some parallel to the characteristics of Esau or Edom in the scriptures to now these particular characters that we're going to talk about in our history that have been operating behind the scenes? Okay, so we can have the veil removed to see for what it really is, the hidden things. So first, let's go to Psalms 83 when we speak about Edom, right? Now, we know, all of us here, that I would say majority that are listening, claim that we are the Israelites, the blacks, Hispanics, the natives of the Americas, all right? The other, indigenous peoples of some of the other countries that are poor, like in Africa, scattered to the four corners of the earth, right, are the Israelites. And let's look here in Psalms 83 to see what it says about Israel. Psalms 83:1 says what? Keep not thou silence, O God, hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden one. So here we see that word hidden. What do we also see? Crafty counsel or consultation, which would be what we would call in today's times a conspiracy. These people have conspired against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. So they have taken consultation, crafty counsel, secret counsels, hidden agendas, okay, silent, working in silence, right, and are all against us. Now, there's a list of nations here, but what is the first nation mentioned in verse 6? It says the tabernacles of Edom. Who is Edom? Edom is Esau. Esau was Jacob's brother, right? Jacob, whose name was later changed to Israel. Esau, who was also Edom, right? And so Esau said that he swore in his heart that he would forever be at war with his brother Jacob. He was also blessed with the sword, right? Warfare. He was a man of the field. All right. So these are the characteristics when we're identifying this mystery of iniquity, which we're also going to go into also here in a moment. Right. This mystery of iniquity. So let us now go to the book of Obadiah. Right. We're going to see if we can correlate these characteristics and attributes of Edom with these powers of darkness that are operating behind the scenes, that are operating behind veils or curtains or cover. Let's see if they have the same characteristics. Obadiah. Obadiah verse 1 says, the vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. Okay, so this whole chapter is mainly dealing with Edom. The vision Obadiah saw concerning Edom or Esau. Right? When we drop down, it says here in verse 3, the pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. So what do we see also with Edom? Pride of the heart. Very prideful. Okay. Thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Okay. If we keep going down, we read in verse 6, how are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? So what does Esau have? Hidden things. Remember, we read earlier mystery. The definition for mystery was what? Hidden things, secret things, silent things. How are these hidden and silent and secret things searched out? It says here, all the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. Okay, so we see Esau as the same in Psalms 83, having this confederacy against who? Jacob. When you come down here, verse 10, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob shall shame cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. All right. So we see Jacob's brother is Esau or Edom. All right. So one of the traits of Esau, also to go with the warfare, is his hidden things, his secret things, operating in secrecy, right, and mystery. And so then we go to the book of Deuteronomy. Let me pull it up here for you all now, because of course Edom is more so dealing with the sons of Edom, the dukes or the tribes of Edom as a whole. But Esau had sons. So now when we're talking about Edom, we can now look at each and individual son, just how Jacob had sons, and those make up the 12 tribes. Those 12 tribes have different attributes, right? Different characteristics. Well, the same can be said for Edom and his sons. They may have a general theme of who they are, but then within each son and duke, there are different attributes. So we first want to deal with, we spoke about it earlier, Amalek. We read this last week, Deuteronomy chapter 25. And while we're getting there, just real quick for everybody, it's interesting going into this because we, for the Hebrew and Bible Academy this coming Sunday, who is Esau? Who is Edom? Going into the full breakdown of who Edom is. So this is perfect and fits right in line with what we're going into this evening. And I didn't even know that was this week's coming broadcast until this, I think I heard Elder Lawyer say it today on the live stream, YouTube and Patreon live stream. And when I heard that, I'm like, wow, this is going to fit right in line. So we're just touching the surface of who Edom and Esau is. But if you want the full breakdown to get, way more than what we're going to go into in going into strictly identifying Esau with the information, because we're going to deal with a lot of things tonight, right? Then make sure you're in the academy this Sunday. Okay, but now we're dealing with one of Esau's sons, Amalek. Deuteronomy 25:17 tells us what? Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way. When ye were come forth out of Egypt, what did Amalek do? That we were to remember. How he met thee by the way and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary. And he feared not God. So what did Amalek do? He hid himself in cover. Okay. He hid himself in cover the same way somebody who would use smoke would hide in the smoke. All right. Not saying that it was smoke, but it's similar. He had a smoke screen. He was camouflaged, hidden, in secret. How were the hidden things of Esau searched out? So again, these attributes of being hidden, being in secrecy, being in silence, and being confederate against thee. All right. So just focusing on these attributes here. Verse 19, therefore it shall be when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance. Blot out the remembrance of who? Amalek from under heaven. Blot out the remembrance. Thou shalt not forget it. Now, you know us, right? You know Israel. We forgot. We forgot about Amalek. And here's the Hebrew Strong's 6002 for those who are questioning who Amalek is. It says here, Amalek, a descendant of Esau, also his posterity and their country. Okay, he is a descendant of Esau. He is a son of Esau. So if we forgot to blot out the remembrance of Amalek, or we chose not to blot out the remembrance of Amalek, where did he go? Where is Amalek at today? That's the question anyone who's studying the Bible, talking about the Bible, because you don't see the word Amalek mentioned necessarily in the New Testament, but we did just see Esau, Edom, spoken of in Obadiah, about being cut off forever. There are other prophetic scriptures where Christ is coming back and his sword will be dipped in Idumea, another name for Edom. But where did Amalek go? If this is Amalek then, and this is what he did, right? Hiding and attacking us in secret, undercover, cloaked, under the veil. Where is he at now? Would he change up his strategy? Do you think Amalek would change his strategy up of attacking us from behind the scenes, behind the veil? Why would you change that strategy up if it's such a strategic and successful strategy? You wouldn't change it up. You would continue to morph your method. You would continue to evolve your method into being more successful in more successful ways and evolve ways of strategy of hiding yourself. Because remember, how are the hidden things if Esau searched out? So in order to find Esau, you must search. You must seek them out. He's not going to just come out and say, hey, here I am, I'm Esau, to the whole world. Okay? But they can be, if you seek, ye shall find. Okay? So if you search him out, you'll find him. And so this evening, that's what we're looking to do. Bring Amalek all the way out from behind this veil, this curtain, this place of secrecy, hidden in silence while operating in a warlike manner, right? Attacking and throwing out smoke screen to hide himself, to get away, to escape and scramble. All right. Let us now go to the book of Ephesians. And why are we doing this? So one may ask, like, why does this matter? Why is it important that we go in and speak about all this? Well, as you read earlier, that's part of the mystery that's been hidden from the ages. And part of the spirit of prophecy is the gospel or testimony of Christ. Right? So we must bring it out. So we go to Ephesians chapter 5. Verse 6 says, let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of God upon the children of disobedience. Be not ye therefore partakers with them, for ye were sometimes darkness, but now are ye light in the Lord. Walk as children of light. For the fruit of the Spirit is in all goodness and righteousness and truth, proving what is acceptable unto the Lord. See, this is all the spirit of prophecy. This is all the testimony of Christ. We must prove that what is acceptable unto the Lord, just as the definition we read earlier when we were talking about prophecy, the definition of prophecy, the spirit of prophecy. And have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them. So what is the unfruitful works of darkness? All those things that are happening in secret, happening in silence, happening in conspiracy. Have no fellowship with those unfruitful works, those evil, wicked works, but brother, do what? Reprove or correct or expose or exploit them. Let everyone know who this man is operating in darkness with these agendas, and expose them, point them out, right? We can't kill Amalek now, right? We can't kill Amalek now, right? That's been taken, that power has been taken away from us and been given to Christ. He will deal with Amalek upon his return. We missed that opportunity, but we can at least speak truth and expose them. It says here, for it is a shame even to speak of those things which are done of them in what? Secret. That's the mystery. Okay. That's the mystery, being done in secrecy. They're operating in secrecy, in conspiracy, in conspiring to bring forth these agendas to come against Jacob, but not just Jacob, all those that believe in Christ, and including the non-believers. Their goal is total eradication of mankind, right? Of animal kind, of all things that come from the creation of God is their total agenda. Totally hell-bent on destruction. We must expose this, because by exposing this now allows others to see these particulars hiding behind the scenes, who may mask themselves as angels of light, maybe even God's chosen people, and have you look to them for guidance, right? Inspiration. Look to them for salvation or help, right? And their whole time that you're looking to them, they're looking to destroy you, right? And so now this gives us the opportunity to do what? Verse 13 says, but all things that are reproved are made manifest by the light. So Christ is the light. He's going to, through his gospel, it exposes it all. For whatsoever doeth make manifest is light. Wherefore he saith, awakest thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. So when we're ignorant of this mystery, the mystery of iniquity, then now we're in darkness. And what's the commandment given? Verse 15, see then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise. So even after you're woken up and you've received the light, you still must walk diligently, soberly, circumspectly, not being ignorant as fools, but as wise, with wisdom, knowledge, paying attention, because you're dealing with Amalek. Okay, the workers of darkness. Redeeming the time because the days are evil. And I don't know if we really truly understand how evil how evil times we're living in, how evil they are, because a lot of the evil is happening. It's manifesting itself every day, and we're seeing more and more evil happening. But behind the scenes, the evil conspiracies and plans and confederacies that are operating, even the things in the unseen as well, the spiritual, evil spiritual forces that are working with these particulars. Amalek. Amalek is not alone. He has help. He's confederate with the other nations also, but he's at the head of the pack. And there's a reason why he's leading the pack. It's a reason, and we're going to talk about that here later on, why Amalek is at the head leading this pack. As we know, Edom is the first mentioned in Psalms 83. Okay, so now I want to pull up a video here. We're going to get some more scriptures. I want to pull up a video before we go into this mystery of iniquity and unveiling it tonight. Okay, pulling the curtain all the way back. And there's so much to go on. We'll continue to build, if it be the Most High's will, from, in the weeks to come, whether it's Friday night or Sabbath lessons or academy lessons. But for this church, we'll continue to build on this. But for those that remember, we showed this video, some of it, in our last stream. Damon Wilson set straight, Sanford & Son in, Red Fox, Guns on Set, Mob Ties, and more. I want to come back to this because we're going to now move forward from there, dealing with what we just read. And this happened this interview happened right before the Cat Williams interview. Some key things I want to bring out of this as we move forward.
Of your work with Red Fox, you would continue to do your own thing and start getting other roles. But at one point, it seemed like, I don't know if you deliberately stepped back or roles maybe.
I went into ministry.
Okay.
1983, brother. I went into ministry. I've preached this gospel around the world.
So the first thing I want to focus in here is that Damon Wilson, who did Sanford & Son during the 70s, early 70s, mid 70s, he ended up moving to a different TV series and other projects, right? Up until the early 80s. And in the early 80s, he left the entertainment industry and went full time in the ministry of teaching the gospel of Christ throughout the whole world. That's the first thing I want to really make sure that we note here. What else?
Africa, Asia.
But why would you? The question would be, why would you leave Hollywood? You know, like what was
Why do you keep using that word? Why are you using that word?
Hollywood?
Hollywood is a tiny little place of factories. I worked at an NBC factory, a CBS factory, a ABC factory. Studios are nothing but great big sound stages. Hollywood is a small community. Do you know what that sign up there, Hollywood, stands for? Do you know what Hollywood is? It's a stick that witches use to conjure magic.
Hollywood is a stick that witches use to conjure magic. What magic? Magic like smoke and mirrors. Okay. And they would even use our people and put them in places of high prominence to now cast spells on us. Pied Piper, right? Gatekeepers to now cast spells on us as people. All right. But we talked about this magic stick. And so here it is bringing it back up again. This magic stick of Hollywood, the sorcery, magic, wizardry, and witchery. More attributes for this mystery of iniquity, because we know witchcraft, wizards, all of that is sin. Okay, so if these wizards and witches want to be able to operate, they must operate in mystery. They must operate hidden or in secrecy or in silence, casting spells from the shadows and attacking from the shadows. This is the sign, right, of Amalek. Same way he operated. He can't come at us and attack us militarily like he did in the past. Not right now. He has to break us down through his sorcery. And then in time find himself in a place to now come against it, because he's small in number. It's not enough of them to come against all of us. Speaking of Israel. And then if the other nations wake up, and we have that power to wake them up by teaching them the gospel of Christ, and they join in with us, then he definitely doesn't stand a chance. So he must get them to be in league with him. Right? Who do we say Hollywood is run by? Or, looking at Hollywood, Jewish, which we've connected with Amalek. More information and proof on that tonight, on this Amalek character, when we talk about this particular topic. Let's keep going here.
So Hollywood doesn't mean anything to me. I went to a factory and I went to work. I just did a series in Lynchburg, Virginia last summer that's playing right now on PureFlex, which is Sony based. If you have Prime Video, you can get that network, PureFlix. And the series is called Eleanor's.
Heard of this young actor? He just came forward and said that he was sexually harassed by a billionaire Hollywood person.
You did your homework before you interviewed me. Hollywood, I've never had anything to do with any kind of clique.
Would, from the outside looking in. Okay, so you knew that.
You should have started there. You should have started. You didn't know I was in ministry for over 35 years?
I've seen clips. When you said it clicked, but I didn't know for 35 years. I did not.
Around the world, brother.
The reason why I laid it up in that fashion is because it seems very cliquish Hollywood from the outside looking in. Why didn't we see you in certain cliques? Why didn't I see you in Harlem Nights? Did you get that offer? Like, I feel like you would have been right along.
I just told you, 1982, I went full-time into the ministry. The Lord called me full-time into the ministry. I preached before thousands in Africa, thousands in China, in every city and hamlet in America. How old are you?
I'm 35.
I got to suit your age. That's why you don't know. I thought maybe
asking to get the
you
info.
did your homework before you interviewed me. Hollywood, I've never had anything to do with any kind of clique. I'm not a cliquish person. When I
Right.
grew
And I
up, I
assume
had
that.
followers. When I grew up, I had the kids followed me. They followed my dress style. They followed the coolness, the way I walked. When I was in the war, I was a leader. I ain't never followed nobody. So these cliques, I could tell you things about people you named that the little Fruit Loops. They bend over billies. You cannot make it to the top in that industry without selling your soul.
You cannot make it to the top of that industry without selling your soul. Right? This is somebody who worked in an industry. Now, somebody could say, well, what about him? Well, I don't know if he made it to the top. Okay. And the only thing I can go by is his works. So we're going to go into some of his works tonight. We're going to talk about it here in a moment. But, you know, if he's been in it, I think he would have a feel, especially if he's done a lot of research on what's really going on and what was going on then, the stuff he maybe saw, right, in his past. Okay, you must sell your soul to be part of that industry, that Hollywood, that witch's stick industry.
They bend over billies. You cannot make it to the top in that industry without selling your soul.
Well, do you know about the brother that just came forward, Christian Keys? You heard of this young actor? He just came forward and said that he was sexually harassed by a billionaire Hollywood person in power. There's assumptions of names. Is that something that happened in your industry? Like, were you ever, respectfully, I'm asking you as...
Again, here you go. My industry. It's not my industry. I'm a Broadway actor. I came to Hollywood. Wait a minute. You didn't do your homework. I'm going to tell you. I came to California. I did a film in Canada called The Dealing or the Berkeley to Boston 40 Brick Bag Lost Blues. I'm going to move out there because I'm getting a lot of offers to do a series with Red Fox. So
I get it. And it made me think when you just said kind of the comment about some of the people that we've known in the industry and what they might have to do to get to the top. Can you give me...
All of them. All of them. You name your biggest black actors, you name your biggest white actors, you name your biggest female Latino actresses, they all have to do it. A blood oath.
A blood oath. We're going to talk about these blood oaths. So he's talking about your biggest ones. He's not saying anybody who's worked within this industry, but he's saying those that make it to the top, this is what they must do. They must take a blood oath. What type of oath? Right? Sound like an initiation. Let's keep going.
Now you bend over. Now every orifice that you have is going to be annihilated. You want the short and the long of it? No, I'm not giving you no names.
No.
It's out there. If you do your research, you can find out who it is.
We've covered a couple conversations, but I feel like you'll be the best person for this question right here. Is there a ritual attached to seeing black men in dresses when it comes to... I know it started around Flip Wilson time and probably before then. What's the ritual that's happening?
I told you now, listen, remember what Granddaddy told you when I first sat down here about Norman Lear.
Sure.
The dissolution of the patriarchal system.
The dissolution of the patriarchal system. So what he saw happening while he was working in the industry was the destruction of the patriarch, primarily in the black community. That's what he saw was happening with the TV shows that were coming out, is that the patriarch was being destroyed. Men were being destroyed so women could now be propped up and be now replaced, the replacements for men. And it would now be the matriarchy, a world ran by women.
Now you got all these guys, they take your humanity from you. You know how the feminist movement has categorized men. I think that what was his name? Samuels. He just died recently. Had the podcast. That women hated. Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, yes.
Kevin Samuels was eliminated.
Kevin Samuels was eliminated. So remember when Kevin Samuels would come on and black women everywhere would roll their eyes? Not all black women. And I'm not here to say that everything that Kevin Samuels said was right or the best delivery. But what Kevin Samuels did preach was patriarchy, was instilling the black men back in the home, making it to where black men were back as the head of the households, to where women need to get married, stop being baby mamas, stop being boss bees, all of these concepts. Right. So I seen it immediately when I seen Kevin, probably before he even made it to 1 million views. I said, I don't see him lasting too long if he's not careful, because what he's talking about is not what they want the black community to go back to. Right. He was an anomaly and a glitch in the matrix. Right. Anomaly on their radar. They had to get rid of that. No way we could allow these women to now get this type of advice, to now be up under men as wives and families. No way. We must keep them separated, divided, fighting amongst themselves so we have full access to their children. That's what he's talking about.
Because they didn't want to go back to that. They want these women ignorant and twerking. They want kids running around the street. If they don't pay the income tax, they put them in the penitentiary and they get their money out of them that way. It's like I said, we live in a matrix. Your driver's license, if you take it out of your wallet, has your name in capital letters. Your birth certificate, your passport, name is in capital letters. Black people don't question that. That means that there's two yous. There's you, the person, and you, the corporation. And you, the corporation, is going to pay America. Presidents have no power, and voting doesn't put a man in any office. They're placed there.
Another point. I'm going to talk about that tonight. Presidents have no power. They are placed there
to do a certain job. They have an agenda that they have to adhere to. So running to the polls is not going to matter. They want people like they are right now, polarized. The difference between Biden and Trump is that one is the flip side of the other. And they got the people running back and forth, back and forth. They got all kinds of genocidal things taking place. That Bill Gates said it. We got to do away with 3 billion people.
We're going to talk about Bill Gates tonight too. So running to the polls doesn't matter. You're just going back and forth, right? Back and forth, Republican, Democrat. This time I voted for Biden. The next time I'm voting for Trump. It doesn't matter. We're gonna show that tonight. All of this, what he's talking about.
He's been doing it in Africa, been doing it in India. And black people running to the poll talking about, we got to vote in, got to get someone, get him in there, change everything. It's nothing going to change, and it's not going to go back. When I wrote the New Age Millennium 26 years ago.
When he wrote the New Age Millennium, we're going to go into that book tonight. He wrote this book 26 years ago.
I spoke about everything that's going on now. Now, you can call me a sage, you can call me a prophet, you can call me Negrodamus, whatever you want to call me, but all of the stuff in the book is everything that's happening now. Black people laughed at me. They said, what Lamont know about that? That's conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy, but it ain't no theory.
So there it is, conspiracy. So when he had this book copywritten in 1998, right? He got the Noah treatment. Called crazy. What does he know? What is he talking about? All that's conspiracy theory. Sound familiar? To maybe how some of us have been treated and called?
And now they're scrambling, running back and forth, fighting each other. I said, this is not a gender war. It's not a political war. It is a spiritual warfare.
This is spiritual warfare.
People better wake up. This ain't going back. It ain't going back. No place. It doesn't matter who sits in the Oval Office. Presidents have no power.
People better wake up. It's not going back. Just as we read in Ephesians, wake up out of sleep. Wake up out of darkness and into the light of Christ so that you can see clearly those that are hiding in the dark. And it's not going back. So I agree wholeheartedly. It's not going back.
They can
Presidents have no power.
only do what they're told to do. The educational system, I spoke about it before. The Rockefellers bought the educational system at the turn of the century. And they said, we're going to put curriculums in there to teach people how to be minions, servants of us. That's what the whole thing was about. Kids that go to prep school, private prep school, they go to Harvard and Yale and Oxford, don't have the same education that people go to HMCU universities have.
So
They would send you to school in the educational industrial complex to be groomed through curriculum, indoctrinated, right? To be groomed to where we look at the generation that's before us who know nothing, right? Disconnected from history, disconnected from the past. They can't even tell you what happened before 10 years ago in history. Totally clueless. This is how they want this generation. They're easier to control because they have no knowledge to contend to fight with.
conclusion.
Let me finish, brother. The people that go to those illustrious universities come from wealth, and they're being educated to run the world, not work for it.
Just like Skull and Bones, which is a secret society of Yale. The Bushes are part of. They are being groomed to run the world, not work for it, right? Being groomed so that you stay a slave in the matrix.
No.
All right. Now, there's more to that interview. For those who haven't seen it, you can always check it out. But he spoke about his book, and that's where I want to go now. Because after the last broadcast, live stream we did, after that live stream, I thought to myself, and I need to get his book, because just looking at his book and just the title itself, I had a feeling it was going to have in it what I was, would be able to understand as far as research of the past. Like I told everyone last live stream, 25 years of research on, the Illuminati, New World Order, Freemasonry, secret societies. And so his book just gave me those vibes. Like, okay, he's finna go in this book. And let me order this book, because I think it's going to fit right in line with the next live stream. That was in my thinking before I even read the book. Right. And sure enough, just a little bit I've read so far has blown me away. The fact that this book was compiled in 1998 in its finished state, because you got to think, he said that he went into ministry in 1982, 83. He had a calling on his life. And he went and preached the gospel of Christ throughout the whole world. So you got to ask yourself, if this book was copywritten in 1998, when did he start researching this information? Early 90s, 80s, maybe even the 70s. Like, maybe it was over a period of time of him being in the industry and seeing certain things and talking to certain people and reading certain informations. And then really when he received his calling in the early 80s, it really started to maybe come together, and he maybe even got opened up to more. That would be a question I would like to ask. Like, when did you really start compiling this information? Because keep in mind, anything that he's compiled in his book is pre-1998, meaning any references or any books he read So even if it was 2024 and this book was put out, it would be profound in what's in this book. But the fact that it was copywritten in 1998, right? Written put together 26 years ago, and the information will tell how long before that. I was blown away at the information I'm reading. At that time, you got to think, for a lot of you, maybe you weren't even born in 1998. Or some of you were very young. Some of you may have been older. Like, think about where you were in 1998 when this book was put out. And so that's just the part that really like I was like, whoa. It was whoa for me as I'm reading through this. So we're going to read through this book and also, again, go through history, because I asked the question earlier where you have those that would say this Albert Pike letter is not authentic. Well, let's not even deal with this letter then. Let's go before Albert Pike. Can we see others in the same ilk, in the same fashion, the same type of movement, secret societies, Freemasonry, as Albert Pike, that he just got the torch from them and at the time was carrying their torch that they had been carrying and passed it off and passed the baton to him. Let's see in this letter if we can line it up. And some of the resources we're going to go into tonight. And again, bringing it all the way back to the revealing of the mystery of iniquity, unveiling this mystery, the mystery that's been hidden from the ages, that Christ identified through prophecy, through the prophets, the word of God, in their own writings. All right, so we're going to start here in the introduction of this book. So in the introduction, he's dealing with the black man in America, black man's history, and how troubling it is to be a black man in America. Right. And he says here, many secular and so-called Christian historians believe that the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States were noble documents. So then he goes into a Ralph Epperson book titled The New World Order, where he declared that the Declaration of Independence was a near flawless work. So now Damon is asking the question, how is it possible to create the finest and greatest form of government ever devised by man and not include a people who fought, died, and helped to build this nation? How can the greatest document ever penned contend to allow human beings created in the image of God to be treated like animals without any conscience toward their actions? Further, how can hundreds of years later, when a race of people brought to these North American shores against their will, be denied the right to participate in the greatest form of government? Specifically, they were denied the right to vote. He answers, I will tell you how these injustices were allowed. It was the plan from the beginning. This was a plan from the beginning. The finest documents ever penned by man were never intended to include people of color. The greatest documents ever penned had to be amended to include people of color. This kind of attitude explains why some people, namely Caucasians, feel superior to people of color. So keep that in mind. We got Caucasians, people of color, primarily dealing with black people, from his position as a black man. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution were set up that way from the beginning, just as the hand of providence has chosen the Caucasian race those of European descendants, to usher in the New World Order in America. The hand of God and the creator of the universe has chosen the black man, those of African descendants, to be the conscious and moral standards of America. Now let's digest this for a moment, right? Because what he's not saying all white people, the same way he's not saying all black people in this, okay? There is a elite of the Caucasian race, all right, which primarily fall under the ethnicity of Jewish. And you have the remnant of Judah, right? The black man, Judah the king, who was chosen to bring back the 12 tribes under Christ, who is of Judah, the Lion of Judah, the king. Right? So he's saying all of that without saying it in those words. That who was behind this New World Order? Amalek, Edom, Esau. Who are the ones that are going to contend against this? Jacob. Starting with Judah. The tents of Judah shall be saved first, so that Ephraim does not magnify itself. Okay? So the southern kingdom, led by Judah, has to be in position first. Once we're established, now Ephraim's coming in. To now the 12 tribes are being built back up and made one. Right? So I'm breaking it down from a biblical standpoint, from that perspective. He's just breaking it down in layman's terms. Now, he doesn't necessarily come out and say, we're the Israelites, they are Esau, they are Amalek. But we're just going to go through the, again, looking at the characteristics and the attributes of this New World Order to see, does it fit the character Esau, Edom, Amalek in the Bible? And not just his book, but we have other books here we're going to go into. Let's keep going. Page 16 of his book. My objective in writing this book is to shed light on the hidden things of darkness. Right? I want to awaken truth where it's been dormant and concealed, because it has been mollifying people into a false sense of existence. Now check this out. Speaking of Amalek, notice what scriptures he goes to first here. 2 Thessalonians, the same scriptures we read last broadcast. Chapter 2, starting at verse 7, the title for tonight's broadcast, The Mystery of Iniquity. I'm not going to read it now because we're going to go into it here in a moment and break it down. But this is the first scripture he points out. So even though this brother knows a lot, the Holy Spirit's working with his brother where even at this point, who knows what he knows now. But at this point, I don't really know if he really truly understood what he was saying. The way, we're going to put it all out and break it down and connect the dots today through the Spirit of the Most High. All right. Maybe he did. And he just wasn't putting it all the way out there, but just putting it out there without, rocking the boat. Because remember, at that time, anti-Semitism was a very, very big thing. Now we're getting to a place to where those anti-Semitism walls are being broken down for a purpose, the Most High's purpose and for their purpose. They're letting these walls be broken down because they're going to exterminate them too. All right. We're going to come back to this 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, talking about the mystery of iniquity. But notice how he wanted to shed light on the hidden things of darkness, the mystery, the secret things, the silent things. Let's keep going here. Page 17. It says, it is, however, my objective to bring forth truth and not merely to expound on reality. With certainty, I know that truth and reality are not always synonymous. I won't waste my time or the readers on that exercise in futility. Allow me the luxury to explain what I mean. When the majority of people in any given society agree on a particular issue and govern themselves according to that issue, then that issue becomes a reality. However, that does not mean that the reality abides in truth. Okay, so that's just the introduction, just some tidbits of the introduction of his book, which is also titled The New Age Millennium, an expose of symbols, slogans, and hidden agendas. I think that was the original name of the book, and then he revised it to the name that it's under now. The Millennium, a New Age expose. Okay, so we're going to deal with a lot of symbols, slogans, hidden agendas, bringing it all to the surface. Okay, and before we move on, let us now go to 2 Thessalonians, because now we want to break down the title, The Mystery of Iniquity Unveiled. Let's break this title down. We know what mystery is. We know what the definition is, at least. So we're going to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1. And it reads, now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord YASHAYA Mashiach, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means. For that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things. And now you know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. So when we're dealing with the mystery of iniquity, we know mystery is the hidden or the secret thing, things that come with initiation of religious rites. Okay, you must be initiated to understand that side of the equation. And we're talking about iniquity, we're dealing with sin. The mystery of sin. Paul also spoke about it in Ephesians 5, right? The unfruitful works of darkness. So we have this mystery, this secret, hidden agenda, operating evil that no one can identify. No one can put their finger to who it is. And the minute you start to point your finger to it, then they slap you and hit you with a term that can easily blackball you out of society. So that can't be exposed. But understand that in prophecy, the Most High told us through Paul that know that he might be revealed in his time. That this man of sin, son of perdition, would be revealed. That's prophecy, right? So the Most High is going to allow this revealing. So when people ask why we may go into some of these things, this is the reason why. It has to be revealed. You cannot reveal it if I'm just going to get up here and tell you this is what it is and just read these scriptures without going into the information. How am I now proving and connecting the information, history in real time, to who this man of sin is, this mystery of iniquity is, if we don't now go into their own writings, their own works, just on the surface, not going too deep, but just some of the quotes and things that they speak about. We don't need a lot, just enough to get to you know, bring forth the revealing to where now just a little bit we go into, it should be clear and obvious who they are and that the Bible spoke about them. And now is the time for them to be exposed. So let's go to this word revealed here, or unveiled, excuse me. So we're talking about the unveiling of this mystery of iniquity. What does unveiled mean?
Unveiled.
Not hidden by a veil or other covering, bare, revealed to public knowledge or scrutiny, made evident or manifest. What else do we have for unveiled? Words that are similar: detected, disclosed, exposed, identified, invented, bare, defined, discovered, naked, resolved, solved, uncovered, unprotected, defenseless, helpless, nude, ascertained, disinterred, espied, explored. All right. All those words now making up this word of
Unveiled.
unveiled. So we're pulling all the curtains back, all the clothes off of this mystery of iniquity, this hidden secret of sin that's been operating from the shadows and darkness under smoke and mirrors, destroying the whole world, and whose primary target is Jacob, that no one can identify. No one can seem to identify this mystery of where it's coming from, right? Just given these ambiguous terms that doesn't identify anybody. Let's go back to the scriptures here. Okay, and we have about 10 minutes for those that would like to call in. And for Blog Talk, I'll take your calls. If anybody would like to speak, just press 1. Your guest caller number is there before we continue on into the book. I'm going to finish the scriptures here, but if you would like to speak, I'll go over to the lines before we go into more of the book. All right, but notice here what it says about this mystery of iniquity. Verse 8 says, and then shall that wicked be revealed. Okay, who's going to reveal it? Now, the Holy Spirit is giving us the understanding, primarily to the teachers, right? The prophets, the exposers. Maybe some of you brothers and sisters can see these glitches in the matrix to be able to see clearly these characters. But there are those who aren't able to identify these characters. So we're here today to help bring some identification of this wicked and the revealing, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. So he's going to come back. Christ is going to come back and deal with this mystery of iniquity, this man of sin, son of perdition, who we've identified as Amalek, also known as the Jewish power structure, the Jewish elite. It says, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. So Satan has given these people, these are his children. I talked about Albert Pike, one of his favorite sons. Okay. He's given them all power. There's a reason why they're the ones, when you look up and you see them running everything. They're over Hollywood. They're over government. They run your corporations. Everywhere you go and you see power, you see them. And even to a point to where they're hiding themselves, to where you see the representatives, those underlings that are working under them on the lower degrees, to where they stay hidden and not seen, to where you don't know who the bigwigs really are. That's part of their power, is concealment. Okay, staying and making it a mystery. Power and signs and lying wonders. What is a wonder? It says prodigy, Greek Strong's 5059. Okay. It also says a miracle, a lying miracle. They're sorcery. Okay. So they operate as wizards and witches and sorcery. This is how they stay in power. The psychological operations, the psyops, the mind games. Okay. The Jedi mind tricks, the psychological warfare through lying. Right? These are the traits. This is how you now identify them when you now dig into their history, all right, dig into their dealings, their unfruitful works of darkness. Now, when you start to dig into that darkness and shine light on it, now you can expose it. You can see the lies. You can see all their lies and what they're talking about. It says, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion. So through their sorcery and magic, they put you under their delusion into the alternative reality. That they should what? Believe a lie. So understand the main goal of a liar through their sorcery is to have you believe the lie. If you don't believe the lie, the sorcery doesn't work. When you unplug from the lie and plug into the truth and the real reality, now the fairy tale reality fades away. Like when you understand that there is no voting in the sense of elections that are natural and organic, to where whoever gets the most votes according to the electoral college is the president, and the president has the power, and the president is going to do this, and they have these intentions. When you wake up from that lie and disconnect into the truth that both sides are working together for the destruction of the citizens and our demise underneath this mystery of iniquity, once you understand that mystery, you break that spell. You're no longer under that lie, and now you see the truth for what it really is, and you no longer participate in that. Right? You're no longer participating in that lie. Because as long as you're under the spell, you're under their control. You can be moved. You can be triggered. Trump's name gets mentioned, you're triggered. Biden's name gets mentioned, you're triggered. Whoever, it doesn't matter. As long as one of them triggers you. And you're for one and against the other. Verse 12, that they might all be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. So this is the goal of the son of perdition. Right? And that word perdition means destruction. Okay, destruction is promised to their future. All right? But understand, in the meantime, they're causing all kind of destruction and havoc on this earth. By lying in the mystery of concealment. And all those who are under their spell and can't identify it and in the mystery are being destroyed. They are damned unless they wake up and unplug. Are initiated into Christ, right? Initiated into his baptism, so now these secrets can be revealed to them. The secrets of Christ, and see their evil for what it really is. But Satan is trying to initiate you into his initiation. And we're going to see it in this book, right? We know Albert Pike wrote it in the letter, but let's see if Albert Pike's letter is validated throughout those who came before him, and maybe even some that's come after him. All right. So before we go on, let me just make sure to see if we have any callers. We have one caller from the 314. Again, if you would like to call in, you got about 6 minutes. Here's the guest calling number. Going to take a few calls before we go into the rest of this book. The New Age, the New Millennium, a New Age expose written by Damon Wilson. Copy written in 1998. Let's go over here to the 314 area code. 314, Shabbat Shalom, you are live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. This is Mawara in Dallas. How are you this evening, sir?
Shabbat Shalom, I'm well. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Always great broadcast. Couple things I wanted to just drop, kind of going back to Cat Williams. In his interview, he was dropping, as everybody knows, so much information or spilling the tea, as we say, on the Hollywood people and the other comedians. But in the midst of all that tea he was spilling, there were some things that he was sliding in that I think kind of went unnoticed. One thing in particular, he said that if you travel the world, if you get outside of your community, your hood, or whatever, and you start traveling, you understand that, it's all just one God.
I caught
So
that.
he was very much on that kind of, well, of course you caught it, sir. So he really was on, kind of on that a bit. And in his last stand-up, I couldn't even watch it all because it was just, I was like, okay, he's way off. But he goes into this, I guess, joke or whatever about how the man's body is the tree of good and evil, and he goes from there. I won't go into it, but very much like the Jewish fable thing. That whole line of thought. Even though he was trying to present it as a joke, that really does show the fruit that he's bearing. So you, of course, as always, right on point. With what kind of fruit are you bearing? That may not be a bend over Billy like Damon Wilson pointed out, but he's definitely part of the agenda. Definitely part of the agenda. And even if it's in the subtlety of trying to get everybody to come back to the idea that, well, we really are all just serving the same God. We just call him different things based on our culture and language and things like that, But he slid that in so smoothly, and I just wanted to point that out. So that's all I had, actually. Great show as usual.
Yeah, let me speak on that part real quick, because just to kind of add to that with what he was saying, because if you remember, he was speaking about being a part of the Nation of Islam. And he talked about different religions, how he had been part of different religions, and he believes that in order to really understand the religion, he must pretty much almost like join the religion. So in order for me to talk about Islam or being a Muslim, let me go join the mosque and see what goes on there, to see, to have a more boots on the ground, experience to understanding what it is versus reading about it. That was what his, thing, what he was saying as far as what he was doing. But he mentioned that for several different religions. Well, we're going to go into it, but when you look at Freemasonry, this is their whole setup, to where the part of, for them, is you have to believe in a higher power. Doesn't matter who. It could be Buddha, it could be Krishna, it could be, the God of the Bible, it could be Allah, but you have to believe in one. But typically, when you go through that, you end up believing in them all and worshiping and serving them all. Right. So that was a part of, when you're listening to what he was saying, that kind of stood out to me, what he was saying. It's real, we're going to talk about it tonight, but when you're dealing with these type of characters, they're real crafty with their words, real subtle. And they say these type of things. And again, just like we were talking about Christ, only to those who are initiated with Christ are going to understand what the scriptures are saying. Like, for instance,
90 seconds.
If you're not initiated in the Christ, you're not going to understand the part where we're commanded to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. You're not going to understand that, right? It's the same for them, right? When you're initiated into their order, you're going to understand the different verbiage, the things they say, the symbols, the images, all of that. There's a certain way they communicate. So the Most High has it on his side.
60
has
seconds.
It on his side. So those are some of the things that I just, through my, experience and studies, that it kind of stood out to me, that kind of had me kind of side-eyeing the actual things that were being said in that moment, right? But just to kind of add to what you were saying about him kind of sneaking in, serving. We all serve the same God, but we serve, kind of what Oprah was saying, we just serve him in our different way. We all, there's different paths, So.
Yeah. And also, just real quick, he also threw shade, even though, his parents were Jehovah's Witnesses, but he very respectfully threw shade at Christianity, basically alluding to, just kind of growing up in that household and just seeing things. So he basically
10
kind of alluded
seconds.
to hypocrisy or,
Yeah.
just kind of throwing a little shade on Christianity as a whole. Even though he did it kind of, if you can throw shade respectfully, he did it.
Yeah.
Without just kind of sandblasting his tongue.
And you can kind of expect that from
But
somebody from his position in the industry. You would expect them to not, even if, let's say, it's total genuine and it's not any funny business going on. You can always expect something with them, not being what you would think it to be. But then again, we all have things that we have to continue to focus on within ourselves that aren't what it should be. So, but most definitely checked all that stuff out. And so thank you for calling in and pointing it out.
yes, sir. Have a great evening. I'm looking forward to the last of this broadcast.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye-bye. Shalom.
Appreciate it. Shabbat Shalom. Thanks for the support. I do see some other callers here. I don't see your hand raised. If you would like to speak, press 1. I got the 917-954 and 210 area codes. If you would like to speak, press 1. That way I know you are not just listening in. Before we continue on in the information, and before I go to 210 area code, just to say this, that I pray for Cat Williams. I pray for Steve Harvey. I pray for Eddie Long, that all these men, whatever it is that they're, whatever type of evil that they may be mixed up in or dealing with, only the Most High knows, that they repent from it and that they get on board all the way with the truth. But at the end of the day, I look at it as Cat Williams was exposing the gatekeepers. Well, I feel like the more more meaningful interview was the one with Damon Wilson, because he's more so dealing with the key masters, or at least pointing towards the key masters, those who make the key to give to the gatekeeper, right? Without the key, you can't keep the gate. So who are these key masters that are giving these gatekeepers the keys to the gate? That's who we want to talk about. So more so picking up and building on what Damon Wilson is bringing out is now fully identifying these key masters. All right, let's go to the 210. I don't see the 917 or 954 hands raised. So 210, let's take your call here. Shabbat Shalom, you are live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. This is Sister Leah in the Dallas body.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. I just wanted to reflect on and piggyback on what you were just saying, and that is the iniquity right now has been exposed, as you can well see. And you said, who is the derivative of this key? I totally believe that it is your sorcerers, your warlocks, and the witches, and the agents. And as you reflect already, they're actually mimicking God's form of order.
Yep.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And it's a image of copycat, right?
Oh yeah.
And he actually wants to outdo the Most High. And I can tell you this, lately, our most recent, we're looking at T.D. Jakes. He was just exposed. We're looking at, what is his name, Perry?
Tyler Perry.
He was just exposed. Tyler Perry.
Yep.
And we're also looking at your very own Oprah. She's been exposed. And it's not over with yet. So exposure time is right now. And that gives us a notice to reflect upon ourselves, as you say, maintain with the law. Because guess what? a few of us will be exposed to. We cannot
Absolutely.
deny that.
Absolutely. We can get so caught up
And
in them being exposed that we don't realize we're being exposed because we may be
there
dealing with
you
some
go.
lifestyles and sins. Right
It's
on.
yes, it's a awakening for us to begin to reflect on ourselves if we will pay attention to that, right? Also, I want to bring out the fact that the lawyers and the judges are being exposed.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're not aware of the fact that we are actually creditors under our birth certificates, Social Security numbers. So we come in with a great value of cash flow, positive cash flow, right? But when we reckon ourselves up and we go before the judge and the lawyer and we let them know that we are private citizens, and then you learn yourself in that perspective, and this is how God has created us as children of, he said, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty, right? Liberty comes with owning ourselves through Christ and being truthful and honest. And with that perspective, we're private citizens belonging to the Most High Power of God, right? So when you go in court and you understand this language, you will shut their mouth when you let them know that you're a private citizen. You will gain their fully attention because from there, they have to release you. And I won't go into the details of that because, one have to do their own background and research on that. So I just want to bring that out on the exposures of the iniquity right
Yes.
now before us.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Absolutely.
you, Zawada.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for calling in. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
And
Shalom.
I don't see the 917 or 954 with your hand raised, so I'm taking it you're just listening in. That's fine. Anytime if you would like to speak, press 1. I'll bring you in, and I'm going to continue here in this book, the Millennium, the New Age Expose by Damon Wilson. And before I continue, right, because we see a lot of things happening in our present, and we see a lot of things that are foreshadowing themselves for the future. And in order for us to understand what's happening now, as well as the future, we must go into the past, right? When we read the Bible, we're going through the prophecies, we're going into the past, things that we're reading in the past, history, maybe some things written in the past that were prophetic, right? But it's no different than their writings and their information to understand what's happening now, going into what they wrote about ages ago in secret. And now, will it make sense to what's happening now so we can navigate, as Paul said, be not deceived by any means. So we can explain, because we're going to go into some current news and information that's happening right now too. Not just unveiling the mystery of iniquity, but also some serious real-time news that's happening right now. So we can understand what they wrote about and why it's happening and what it means. Okay. So let's pick back up with this book, The Millennium, a New Age Expose by Damon Wilson. Remember, he had this book copywritten in 1998. He has here the New World Installation, chapter 2 of his book on page 18. He has written here, the old world is ending. It will be replaced with a new way of doing things and will be called the New World Order. This new structuring will redistribute property from the nations that have and give it to the nations that have not. So look, real time what's happening with all the money that America is sending to Ukraine, sending to Palestine, all this aid being sent to Israel and other countries. At the same time, bringing in all of these migrants, these so-called asylum seekers, the money is being redistributed. The property is being redistributed to the nations. And America is being brought down to a third world status and bringing up those on the, that are maybe on, lower than America, bringing them up now to America's level. He wrote about this in this book, copywritten in 1998, what we're seeing happening right now. Also, more things he wrote about. The New World Order will include changes in the family, the workplace, and religion. Homosexual marriages will be legalized. So, what was that? Obama's second term. So his second term began in 2012. So 2012 and beyond. So you're talking about 14 years before it happened. He said it would happen. Homosexual marriages will be legalized. Parents will not be allowed to raise their children. No, because the homosexuals, the sodomites, have been put in position. They've been groomed through the trauma-based mind control program that we saw last live stream, right? Being groomed under this trauma-based sodomite mind control to now be put in position over your kids, to now groom them. This is all ritualistic. These are the rituals. And the state will employ all women who will not be allowed to be homemakers. No more wives. Okay? All women now have now joined the workforce and are career driven, especially in the black community. Boss bees. It's like Kevin Samuelson was saying, we don't need any more boss bees. We need wives. We need mothers with fathers. That's what we need in the black community. Right? So all this was being, this wasn't just something that happened overnight. They had been planning this stuff for a long time. We just reached the point, we're living in the point of time where it's happening. We just happen to be the generation to be living in this moment. And we were put here for a reason. Right? It says divorce will become exceedingly easy and they will phase out monogamy. No fault divorce. Right? You don't have to have a reason to divorce anymore. The government will become the owner of all of the factors of production and the private ownership of property will be abolished. What have we seen recently from the WEF? What are they telling us? Let me pull it up here. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Right? Before this quote, and of course, DeMar Wilson wasn't the person that, first spoke about it. He was just researching it and putting it out in the time when he put it out in his book. But he was talking about it. Okay? They're going to become owners of everything. All factors of production, private ownership of property is all about to be abolished. You're going to own nothing, and they're telling you you're going to be happy. Because if you don't own property, which is one of the biggest investments, right? Property is one of the biggest assets because property appreciates. There's not really too many things in life that appreciate. Most stuff depreciates, but land can be it can appreciate. Especially if you're really taking care of it and you're building it up. It's appreciating. Now what you put into it is now worth more than what it was when you got it. Now they're getting rid of all that. Okay. A society of leasers and renters. And you're going to be happy owning nothing. What else? Christianity will be outlawed and believers will be either eliminated or imprisoned. There will be a new religion. It will be the worship of man and his mind, or what we know as technology. What do we see? What did they give us? The fourth industrial revolution. Speaking of the World Economic Forum, the same people that says you will own nothing and be happy. Also, Klaus Schwab, the author of the fourth industrial revolution and the chairman of the WEF. What is the fourth industrial revolution? It represents a fundamental change in the way we live, work, and relate to one another. It is a new chapter in human development enabled by extraordinary technology. Advances commensurate with those of the first, second, and third industrial revolution. These advances are merging the physical, digital, and biological worlds in ways that can create both huge promise and potential peril. So they're merging in this fourth industrial revolution, physical, digital, and biological through the technology. Demond Wilson was talking about it in his 1998 book, that this was what was coming: the worship of man, his mind, and technology. The technological revolution. And it's all right here. How organizations create value and even what it means to be human. So they're about to redefine even what it means to be a human. To harness converging technologies in order to create an inclusive, human-centered future. Notice within this, nothing about God. Not that if he mentioned God, it would be the God of all gods, but no mention of God. All about people, humanity, technology. Right? Demond Wilson's going to speak on it. It says here in this book, all will believe in this new religion. Right? This is what Revelation 13 calls out when it talks about the beast, that all will worship this beast and his image and will take his mark. It says those who advocate these changes will become seated in places of authority and power without the public realizing it. We're going to go into them putting these people in places of power, right? Putting these groomers in place without you even realizing they're being put in place around you. Also, a systematic destruction of godly principles will usher in this new world order. All right. And so he even has scriptures throughout his book. I'm just getting the main parts for what we want to deal with tonight. But he even goes into the scriptures. And so far from when I've read this book, I mean, it is so spot on. Like, sometimes when you go and you read some of these books that have good information, there's a lot of bones you got to pick through and you may choke on, but not this book. I mean, it for the most part, what I've seen, it's near 100 what I'm reading, because he doesn't spend too much time breaking down the scriptures, but he will bring the scriptures in with the information at the same time to kind of attach it and put it there for you to understand what the scripture is saying. It says here, today something has definitely gone wrong in America. Remember, this is 1998 and before, right? I would love to be back in 1998 to what we're dealing with today in America, right? And he's complaining about it then. Recent radical changes in this nation's code of ethics are mind-boggling. We are inundated daily with media reports on everything from increases in government spending to increases in taxes and crime. These situations will make the average citizen wonder what on earth is going on. The most frightening things happening today are governmental organizations supporting the global concept versus the adaptation of a one world government. Psychologists pronouncing the abrogation of the traditional family unit by suggesting that society rear the nation's children is another frightening event. So notice how all of this always comes back to the children. It always comes back to them, focused on your children. Recently, the First Lady of the United States, Hillary Clinton, made a catchphrase out of the African proverb that says, it takes a whole village to raise a child. Right? Now, that in itself isn't bad. But when you deal with who we're talking about and what they mean by it taking a whole village to raise a child, they're talking about the New World Order raising your children and grooming your children. not your community keeping your children in line, right? Keeping your sons and your daughters chaste and in line and in righteousness. Not talking about that. More on Hillary Clinton later in this live stream. Many of these radical changes relate to the godless philosophies known as the New World Order. Those who endeavor to understand the reasons behind the travesties plaguing our nation today will begin to see that they are a direct result of a deliberate plan devised to usher in a new world government. And it's funny because I was talking to some of my family, and one of my family members had mentioned to me, for those of you, who is going to be the Super Bowl performer this year? What artist is performing in the Super Bowl coming up in a couple of weeks? For those who keep up with that type of stuff. Right? Usher. I see some of you there knowing Usher is going to be doing the Super Bowl. And we know every time the Super Bowl there's a halftime performance, we've been locked into the rituals, to the initiations and all the things that's happening, you know, within those Super Bowl performances. You know, the Super Bowl all in itself, because they know it's the most watched sport event in the world. Maybe aside from maybe like the World Cup or something, the finals of the World Cup. Right? But what are they about to usher in? That was what the family member mentioned. Right? Interesting name at this time. And here we're reading about them ushering in a new world government. Why usher and why now? What are they about to usher in? All right. And we're going to talk more on some things being ushered in currently. As I know some of you are probably looking at some news right now, or, you know, like wanting to, you know, speak on it and get some more eyes on it and have some conversations about it. We're going to talk about some of the news. So here in chapter 3 on page 21, he has one world government. One world government. It says the goal of a one world government is not a new concept. One of the earliest formal organizations that supported the ideology of that goal was the Illuminati. There goes that word from the Albert Pike letter. It was founded on May 1st, 1776. All right, now we're going to go into this history now, because now remember, the Albert Pike letter was written in 1871. Well, this group was founded almost 100 years before Albert Pike's letter. So way before Albert Pike was born was this group called the Illuminati, founded May 1st, 1776. Adam Weishaupt, a teacher of canon law at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria, was quoted as saying, "It is necessary to establish a universal regime and empire over the whole world." So not only are we going to talk about the Illuminati, we're going to talk about this Adam Weishaupt character. Who is this guy? Let's see who he is, because if he's doing this, it might be important to kind of get his background, ethnic and others, right? A more modern day organization that supports a one world government is the Masonic order called the Freemasons or Masons. Also was in that Albert Pike PDF, right? He didn't mention the word Freemason, but there was some extra information added to the letter at the end to give some history on who he was. Freemason, a Grand Master for 32 years until his death, the father of Freemasonry of the 19th century. We're going to talk about these characters too. This organization has members worldwide who support a call for a one world government. One such Mason who has written about this secret, of course that word secret, organization is Paul Fisher. Fisher describes Freemasonry or Masons in his book titled Behind the Lodge Door. He says Masonry will eventually rule the world. So this is a Mason in his book telling you what their goal is. So now that letter Albert Pike wrote is starting to make a lot of sense, because in their mind is world domination. How can they rule the world and rule it in secrecy, in mystery? The major worldwide movement that champions a one world government under a religious semblance is some new phenomena occurring worldwide called the New Age movement. Tex Mars, we're going to see Tex Mars here in a little bit. A researcher into this new religion has written 2 books on the subject called Mystery Mark of the New Age, Satan's Design for World Domination, and Dark Secrets of the New Age, Satan's Plan for a One World Religion. So Tex Mars, who recently passed in 2019, right, had been writing these types of books and research for a long time. Some of you may know who Tex Mars is. Maybe you just heard about him in recent years, but he was putting these books out 30, 40, 50 years ago. Right? Both books are excellent insights for those who wish to know more about the beliefs of this religion. Constant Cumby has 2 books titled The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow and A Planned Deception. In The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, Cumby wrote the following: the New Age movement is a religion, complete with its own Bibles, prayers, and mantras. Vatican City, Jerusalem, they call it rebirthing, spiritual laws and commandments, psychics and prophets, and nearly every other aspect of religion. The new religion has many leaders. One such leader is a woman named Alice Bailey. We talked about her many times, who was a prolific writer on the subject of the New Age. Bailey founded an organization called the Arcane School, one of the major divisions of Lucis Trust. Lucis, which is another or a short form of Lucifer. Okay, Lucis Trust is a major publisher of books supporting the religion. What a surprise. In her book, The Externalization of the Hierarchy, she revealed to her readers who the organizations were that were going to bring the New Age religion to the world. She identified them as the 3 main channels through which the preparation for the New Age is going on. Might be regarded as the church, the Masonic fraternity, and the educational field. So these are the 3 main channels how they were going to bring the New Age in. Through the church. Look at our churches now. Okay. Through the Masonic fraternity, through these Masonic lodges, and through our educational system. They're going to use these channels to bring in this New Age. And look at our society now. Right? Look at our community with terms like black girl magic. Look how many of our sisters are deep into tarot cards and so deep into astrology and horoscopes. Not even, really even seeing our people dealing with the Bible at all, because religion, they would use the church. They go to the church and they're getting New Age religion. They're getting false doctrine. The religion of Christianity, turning men all the way off from it, because men know that crap ain't the Bible. Where it's filled with nothing but women. Okay, so these are houses of sorcery to be used. Which is the reason why a lot of people now homeschool their children, for those that can afford it and have the time to do so. But Alice Bailey wrote this also. in page 23 of this book. It says, eventually there will appear the church universal, and its definite outlines will appear towards the close of this century. So we just had a conversation with the caller that called in. Cat Williams talking about we're all worshiping the same God. It's just different paths. We just call it different names, but it's all going to the same God. Oprah Winfrey said the same thing. This is the New Age philosophy to draw you away from the Bible. This is the reason why when you go into their lodges, they got the Bible, they got the Quran, they got the Talmud, they got every religious book you can think of on the altar. They worship all the gods. And not that they worship the God of the Bible with the Bible being set there, but they're there to understand and know that God in that Bible. It's part of their learning. Don't think that Satan doesn't know God's word and his children, his workers. It says here, Ruth Montgomery in her book titled Herald for the New Age wrote that the New Age, the millennium, will see an end to strife at least for 1,000 years. What is this religion that will last for 1,000 years? So again, Satan always trying to mimic the Most High. We know that when Christ comes back, there's going to be a millennium, 1,000 year of peace. Well, they also believe that too. They believe that that will happen too with their Messiah. Right? This is what they believe. The plan for the future includes the installment of a new world Messiah, the implementation of a new world government, and a new world religion under Maitreya, the new Christ or Messiah of the New Age movement, who will usher, there goes that word usher again, in a one world religion by the year 1999. Right, now we know that didn't happen, but doesn't mean that they still don't keep a lot of these principles. It just goes to show you that, you know, how off they are in their understanding of things. It says in the gospel according to Matthew 24 in verse 3 through 11, Jesus the Christ said to his disciples, take heed that no one deceives you. For many will come in my name saying, I am Christ, and will deceive many. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. Company further writes the following. 2, a universal credit card system will be implemented, right? There goes your CBDC, your central bank digital currency, which basically is taking you now toward the mark of the beast. Number 3, a world food authority will control all of the world's food supply. 4, a universal tax. They're talking about these carbon taxes. All these taxes right now. A universal draft. I'm going to talk more about the draft here when we go into the news later. Number 6, they intend on utterly rooting out people who believe the Bible and worship God and to completely stamp out Christianity. What Albert Pike say? That this manifestation will result in the destruction of Christianity. Those disillusioned with Christianity looking for, right, direction, compass. This is the things they wrote about way, way before Albert Pike, and even during and after this letter. On page 25, it says, and as you can see, many, many books referenced in this book he wrote. So this isn't just him talking. He has some of his own thoughts in this. But a lot of this is referenced with other books, receipts. And what's so amazing is, keep in mind, family, in 1998, and even definitely before that, the internet isn't what it is today. There was no broadband internet. Okay. Back then it was dial-up. Pages moving about 5 minutes per refresh. Could you imagine now having to refresh a page and it taking 5 minutes to refresh? How impatient, people would be waiting that long. So most of this research would say is all research he did the old school way through reading books, getting and reading these books, which makes it even more impressive. It's easy to put this stuff together now on the internet because you can just type it in, search for it, and it pops up and it's right there. Then he didn't have this back then. So in this book, The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, Cumby wrote, the intent of bringing about a new world order, an order that writes God out of the picture and deifies Lucifer. Albert Pike said, what? After Christianity is destroyed and Christians are disillusioned from Christianity, that they're going to bring you into the pure doctrine of Lucifer. And you're going to see this over and over again through all of these people within these particular secret societies. Before Albert Pike, during and after, it's the same theme that we're going to see when we go down this new age road. They're bringing you into the new age religion of Lucifer. So now we're going to go into the Illuminati. But before we go into it in this book, we're going to bring up another book that we've talked about a lot. The Synagogue of Satan. A book by Alfred Hitchcock. Andrew Carrington Hitchcock. Foreword by best-selling author Tex Mars. So there goes your Tex Mars having a part in this book. And I believe this book came out, somewhere around 2010-ish. I can't remember the exact year. The Secret History of Jewish World Domination. Remember, we mentioned them earlier. And identifying and connecting them to being Amalek. Well, let's take a look and see if they have some of the characteristics of what we read about with Esau and Amalek. We see this hell-bent nature of world domination. And so this book reads like a historical timeline. It goes throughout the different years, maybe not every year, but of course it starts here at 740 AD, dealing with ancient Khazaria. And we talked about it, and you would not believe where ancient Khazaria, what is modern day ancient Khazaria today? Ukraine. Ukraine is ancient Khazaria today. And now maybe it makes sense why they're sending all that money into Ukraine. But let us move forward to, and I suggest everybody get this book for your library so that you can understand the hidden hand, the mystery, the secret that's been operating behind closed doors throughout our history, that's been shaping our history and our society from behind the scenes for quite some time. We're going to start around 1770. So this is around the time when you really started to see what we're talking about, what's happening now, really being put into place to bring us to where we are today. In 1770, it says here, Mayor Amschel Rothschild, who was Jewish, Rothschilds are Jewish, draws up plans for the creation of the Illuminati. There goes that word. And entrust Ashkenazi Jew Adam Weishaupt, a crypto Jew. What is a crypto Jew? A crypto Jew is a Jew who pretends he's not Jewish. So why would a Jew, if they're God's chosen people, want to hide the fact they're Jewish. Like, for instance, I know I can speak for myself. I'm pretty sure a lot of you brothers and sisters can relate. You know, you don't have any secrecy with telling the world you're an Israelite, right? For most people, you speak it boldly and proudly. I'm an Israelite, right? I'm from this tribe or that tribe, right? You know, I may not know what tribe I'm from, but based upon the history and the prophecy, I consider myself to be an Israelite. So why would a person who is deemed God's chosen hide themselves, hide their ethnicity? See, here goes more of that hiding. The secret things of Esau being sought up, because again, we're talking about the mystery. So they will go under different names than their real names to hide themselves. Because remember, we said, where's Amalek at now? They've hidden themselves. And this is how they stay hidden, to not let it be identified who they are. So it remains a mystery. The mystery of iniquity can continue to operate. So when you come over here to, like, let's say, for instance, Wikipedia, and you type in Adam Weishaupt, there he goes. It says here, was a German philosopher, professor of civil law and later canon law, and founder of the Illuminati. So he was a German Jew. You notice how that's not mentioned here. That's part of the mystery. That's part of the concealment, is to stay hidden, to make it for it to be a secret. So you'll see a lot of these individuals who will be crypto Jews. You think that they're regular, your everyday Caucasian person? No, they're crypto Jews. They're hiding themselves. Because if they are now identified as being Jewish, when they're operating in what they're doing, it shines a light throughout the history of people knowing what to expect with what these people have going on. These particular prominent figures, it shines more of a light of scrutiny of their works. So let's go back here to this book, Synagogue of Satan. So these plans were not Adam Weishaupt's own. They were given to him by another Jewish man, one of the Rothschilds, drew them up and gave them to him, who was outwardly Roman Catholic. That's another thing that you'll see with these Jewish cryptos. They're Roman Catholics. They hide themselves as Roman Catholic. Like Biden, who is a staunch Roman Catholic. With its organization and development, the Illuminati is to be based upon the teachings of the Talmud. So the Illuminati was founded, and if anybody's familiar with the Talmud, the Jewish holy book, the Babylonian Talmud, this is what it was founded on. And not just the Talmud. We're going to go into another book, that these secret societies were founded in, which is in turn the teachings of rabbinical Jews. It is to be called the Illuminati, which is a Luciferian term, which means keepers of the light. So now let's fast forward to 1776 now, 6 years later, after being given these plans by another Jew and Mayor Amschel Rothschild. It says here, Adam Weishaupt officially completes his organization of the Illuminati. On May 1st of this year, the purpose of the Illuminati is to divide the non-Jews through political, economic, social, and religious means. That's their plan. Okay, they're going to infiltrate politics, economics, social right? Social dynamics and religious means. They're going to infiltrate and divide you through all of that. Because through the division, they now control you. Because they're funding both sides and controlling both sides. And while you're fighting amongst each other, you have no way of unifying the fight against the mystery that's causing where is this chaos coming from? The confusion. What's going on? They're the ones behind the chaos, the confusion. That's part of their sorcery. And while they stay in secret and remain a mystery, disguised as crypto Jews, it says the plan is for opposing sides of the Goyim, non-Jews, to be armed, whilst incidents are to be provided in order for them to fight amongst themselves, destroy national governments, destroy religious institutions, and eventually destroy each other. They're the son of perdition. What does perdition mean? Destruction. So if they're the sons of destruction, would they then not perpetrate destruction upon society to destroy itself through these different means? Getting rid of government. In order for them to bring in the New World Order, they have to get rid of government. They must destroy governments. In order for them to bring in the pure doctrine of Lucifer, they must destroy religious institutions that they created, that they've put you under a spell under to control you through religious means. And then eventually a nation divided against itself can't stand. You'll destroy each other while they sit back and watch from their shadows. Weishaupt soon infiltrates the Continental Order of Freemasons with this Illuminati doctrine and establishes lodges of the Grand Orient to be their secret headquarters. This is all under the orders and finance of Mayer Amschel Rothschild. And the concept subsequently spreads into Masonic lodges worldwide to this present day. All right, and there's so much here, but a lot of this is going to be covered in the Damon Wilson book. So I just wanted to give you some, history that a lot of people may not know. You cannot talk about the Illuminati without talking about the Rothschilds. A lot of people just look to Adam Weishaupt, the German crypto Jew. We're going to talk about another German Jew later. And current, where we are now presently in regards to their plans. Let's go back to the book here. It says here on page 79, the idea that there were people conspiring to control the future of America in a pernicious manner is not fathomable to the general public. Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of England, wrote about his findings in a London newspaper in 1920. He said, from the days of Spartacus Weishaupt to those of Karl Marx to those of Trotsky, Bela Kun, Rosa Luxemburg, and Emma Goldman, this worldwide conspiracy for the overthrow of civilization, the constitution of society on the basis of arrested development of envious malevolence, defined as being done with malice, spiteful, and impossible equality, has been steadily growing. It played a recognizable role in the tragedy of the French Revolution. It has been the mainspring of every subversive movement during the 19th century. And now at the last, this band of extraordinary personalities from the underworld of the great cities of Europe and America have gripped the Russian people by the hair of their heads and have become practically the undisputed masters of that enormous empire. So notice what he's saying. All these movements, these subversive movements, like hadn't happened at this point, but like your Black Lives Matter, understand who's behind these movements. These are not grassroots movements. These are controlled movements to control the populace. It says here, Spartacus was the cryptic name that Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati, used for anonymity. So not only did he use a cryptic name, but he was also a crypto Jew. This guy, and that's part of that's why their sorcery works, right? Because you can't find them. They're in secret, but we're living in now the times the Bible says that it must be revealed, right? That mystery of iniquity, right, is being unveiled. When you drop down here, it says Prime Minister Churchill believed in Weishaupt and the Illuminati of 1776, along with communist Karl Marx of 1848, and Marx along with the Russian communists of 1917. The conclusion is that these individuals were tied together in a conspiracy that lasted more than 140 years. Remember, they're Confederate. The Confederacy, the Crafty Council, these are the conspiracies. He later combined this conspiracy with European and American revolutionaries. His final comment was that their purposes were to overthrow civilization or to bring forth a new world order. This conspiracy acts under the cover of concealment. It acts under the order of concealment. Adam Weishaupt pompously stated, so now we're going into some of his words. Adam Weishaupt, right? These are his memoirs, his words. The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. What Bible character does that sound like? To operate in concealment, never appear in any place in its own name, right? But always covered by another name and another occupation. Does that not sound like Esau? The hidden things of Esau being searched out and his hidden things being sought up. Does that not sound like Amalek lying in cover and wait to hit Israel in his hindmost parts when we were coming out of Egypt, right? So I'm just showing you the characteristics here and seeing, can we draw a comparison to be able to identify this mystery? Because if we can't call them out, we can't identify them, then we're getting hit from all over the place. We don't even know where it's coming from. Right? Our people are being deceived, thinking that these are God's chosen people, supporting them while they're putting everything in place to destroy us. And now we're funding our own destruction. It says here, he even told the world where he would conceal the order. He said, none is fitter than the 3 lower degrees of Freemasonry. The public is accustomed to it, expects little from it, and therefore takes little notice of it. Our secret association works in a way that nothing can withstand. So they're gonna hide themselves amongst the lodge, amongst the Freemasons, the lower degrees, the 3 lower degrees. It says here, offering its members worldwide power, Weishaupt felt it would facilitate the organization to bring only those who would do anything to oblige the desire for power. He wrote, the true purpose of the order was to rule the world. To achieve this, it was necessary for the order to destroy all religions. So before Albert Pike talked about destroying Christianity, destroying atheism, destroying Zionism, destroying Islam, Adam Weishaupt said that this is what they were going to do. Albert Pike is just the baton carrier from one age to the next when he wrote about it. But this was put in place well before Albert Pike, 1700s. Not only destroy all religions, but overthrow all governments. So now when we understand that their plan is to destroy all governments, can we really then be caught up in what's happening with government right now? We're going to talk about that. What's going on in the news right now with governments. And abolish private property. Okay, you are going to eventually be evicted off of your land, out of your house. You won't own it. With the mark of the beast, it won't matter anyway. Right? You're not going to be able to pay your taxes on it without the mark. Amongst other issues, right? It says here, the Bavarian government discovered the existence of this secret conspiracy and investigated the order in 1786. They issued a report in which they concluded the express aim of this order was to abolish Christianity. There it is. And again, this is over and over again in their writings. This was their goal. Right? In order to bring you into the pure doctrine of Lucifer, they must first get rid of the religion that they had you under. Right? They kept you under the spell that was a placeholder for you, kept you in place until it was time to let you know you've been worshiping Satan this whole time as a pagan. Right? You might as well just come out the closet, right? And worship him for real. You've been worshiping him this whole time anyway. And when that spell is broken from the masses, they're going to run right into Lucifer's arms. Now, they may not call him Lucifer. They may not call it the pure doctrine of Lucifer, but that's what it'll be. It says here, and overthrow all civil government. Next page, 82. As previously mentioned, Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati on May 1st, 1776. Many want to know why that date. Albert Pike, that goes Man of the Hour, wrote that May 1st was a festival day. It's the reason why they call it May Day. Okay, that's one of their high holy days. So that's the reason why it was founded on that day. The same year that the Declaration of Independence was signed in America. Coincidence? The practical goal. The goal of the Illuminati is to make man perfect as a God without having the true and living God. Well, we heard that before. It is convoluted. It is a convoluted concept because Adam Weishaupt advocated that his followers lie. Right? What? He advocated that his followers do what? Lie? That's part of the order. Lying. Who are the liars? We read about it in 2 Thessalonians 2:9. With all lying wonders after the working of Satan. But not only did Paul call them out, but John the Revelator, writing Christ's words in Revelations 3:9, said, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Right? So anybody who understands Christ's words and these mysteries could easily identify and point them out as fake imposter Jews lying, the mystery of iniquity working. So they hide themselves, or they'll be exposed as the liars that they are, working the evil that they're working. But do lie. So Adam Weishaupt, he's just being who he is. He's part of the synagogue of Satan. This is in his DNA, is to lie and tell his followers to lie. This is part of their order. Or he advocated that they use any activity necessary to achieve their goal, right? Do whatever you need to do to accomplish the goal. That means killing, cheating, stealing, pillaging. He wrote, one must speak sometimes one way and sometimes another, so that with respect to our true line of thinking, we may be impenetrable. So notice their philosophy and their creed and their principles and their tenets, right? This is what they're being taught in these lodges, this way of operating amongst society, because this is how they stay and remain in power. Because to the pure, all things are pure. You're dealing with them thinking you're being honest. You know, not everybody is honest, but maybe in your pure mind or innocent mind, they're not dealing with you in purity or genuity or sincerity. They're disingenuous. They're liars. The members did tell the truth. However, when they took the initiation ceremony, they took an oath, which reads in part, I bind myself to perpetual silence and unshaken loyalty and submission to the order. Right? So part of the mystery is silence, or the secrets get found out. The cover gets blown. You get exposed from amongst the smoke and mirrors. Weishaupt never thought that the Illuminati would evolve into a religion. His religion, nevertheless, is based on the worship of reason. The excerpt says, reason will be the only code of man. This is one of our greatest secrets. When at last reason becomes the religion of man, then will the problem be solved. So they've taken God out the way, and it's now reason, philosophy, technology. It says here, reason has been defined as the unbridled use of man's mind to solve man's problems without the involvement of God. The Bible calls this the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. This knowledge was the promise that Lucifer made to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. In fact, it is the very knowledge that God did not want man to have. Genesis chapter 3 and verses 4 and 5 says, you will not surely die. For God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. If an individual was to deal with the truth about our modern technological society without the help from Adam Weishaupt, we have evolved away from God's assistance. We have evolved into self-reliance. In times of crises, whether it be medical, financial, or just everyday garden variety dilemma, the last one that the average Christian calls upon is the Creator. Unless a person is faced with a life-threatening situation, God is omitted from the equation. Right? Everybody's trying to find a solution without God. How many people ran out there in 2021, rolled up their sleeve, bypassed God for the solution? The technology, to put the technology in their arm and not to depend on the faith of God to keep them safe from the plague. Even those that were fine, weren't sick. Right? So this is what the society has been groomed to lean on, is lean on to man, his reason, his technology, and not on God. A faithless and perverse generation, as Christ identified. Let's keep going here. Page 85 of this book. Every member of the Illuminati is convinced that not only will the order rule the world, but that every member will become a ruler or a god. Weishaupt's religion not only offers power to each of its members, but it offers them something that no other religion can: worldly success. So this is what Demond Wilson was saying. All your top actors, right? They all have to take the blood oath, because through that oath, you're now offered and now have access to benefits, worldly success. And then in your mind, you equate the worldly success to, I must be doing something right. God is blessing me. Right? And so now you start down this path of you know, your whole understanding of God becomes perverted, because now you have no choice but to worship and give thanks to their God. Because the minute you stop giving thanks to their God, that worldly success, those benefits stop. And their God requires a blood sacrifice, right? Their God requires the rituals, right? Once you're initiated, blood in, blood out. It says here, once a candidate has achieved the exalted degree as an Illuminatus minor, the fourth of the 13 inside his order, his superiors will assist him, the member, in bringing his talents into action, and would place him in situations most favorable for their exertion, so that he may be assured of success. All right, so that's what's going on in your industry right now. One of the areas of the focus where the Illuminati would endeavor to place their members is inside of government. Talked about it. The trauma-based mind control video. All right. They're grooming their controllers or their groomers to now be in high prominent positions to now inflict the trauma in the grooming on their direct counterparts, those that work under them. It says, Weishaupt wrote, "We must do our utmost to procure the advancement of Illuminati into all important civil offices." So they're also infiltrators. Okay, they cannot afford to just be sitting off someplace in secret and not have their people in prominent positions of control to keep their power. Traditional religion teaches that all of mankind, the unregenerated, is sinful. Weishaupt felt that this position was in error. Okay, so he basically blames the Bible for, the reason why mankind is bad. Right, where the Bible is there to teach us that what is sin and what is righteousness. He would rather blame the Bible. It says here, Weishaupt's religion authorized its members to use any means that would benefit the goal of the Illuminati. That goal was simple: the destruction of all Christianity. So we're going to talk about Albert Pike, and especially those that are saying that letter is not authentic. We got to talk about what Adam Weishaupt was talking about here, 100 years before Pike's letter. But this was his goal. And not just his goal, but those of his creed, those of his likeness. It says here, "Behold, our secret, if in order to destroy all Christianity, all religion, we have pretended to have the sole true religion. Remember that the end justifies the means, and that the wise ought to take all the means to do good, which the wicked take to do evil." You have a person here, Nesta Webster, wrote the following in her book titled World Revolution. It describes the aims of the Illuminati. Number 1, abolition of monarchy and all ordered government. 2, abolition of private property. 3, abolition of inheritance. 4, abolition of patriotism. 5, abolition of the family, for example, of marriage and all morality, and the institution of communal education of children. 6, abolition of all religion. Is that not what we're seeing happening right now in our reality? Weishaupt felt that his order could not fail. He wrote, "By this plan we shall direct all mankind. In this manner, and by the simplest means, we shall set all in motion and in flames. The occupations must be so allotted and contrived that we may, in secret, influence all political transaction." And it's to a point now where they're not even hiding it anymore. They've come out of the shadows. We're going to show it here later. They've come out of the shadows. There's no more secrets now. We're at the end, right? They're coming out the woodwork showing you what they're doing. Professor John Robinson's book titled Proofs of a Conspiracy by a Christian Minister named G.W. Snyder, right? So here's a Christian minister who was a Mason, wrote a book, Proofs of a Conspiracy. And he gave it to George Washington. What he said has said to have been given to George Washington. It says the book that the president read was written by a Mason. He was professor of natural philosophy at Edinburgh University in Scotland, who had been asked to join the Order of the Illuminati. He wrote his book to expose the Illuminati's goals. He said, an association has been formed for the express purpose of rooting all the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. So this was a Mason talking about this. He discovered that the leaders would rule the world with uncontrollable power, while all the rest will be employed as mere tools of the ambition of their unknown superiors. And we're going to talk more about Freemasonry here in a moment. On the Freemasonry chapter, Albert Mackey is another one of the greatest Masonic scholars and researchers. He also praised the Illuminati with these words found in his Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. The original design of Illuminism was undoubtedly the elevation of the human race. Mackey praised the founder as well. He said, he is celebrated in the history of Masonry as the founder of the Order of the Illuminati of Bavaria. So even your most esteemed Freemasons celebrate Adam Weishaupt and his works. Regardless of the opinion of the supporters or the critics, the Illuminati came to America. Several have conducted research into the conspiracy of the Illuminati. The research has provided the student with their evidence that these conspirators had brought their plans to the United States. Nesta Webster wrote in the 1920s about her discoveries of where the Illuminati went after they were discovered by the Bavarian government. So again, their job is to be in secret. So if they're discovered, they got to find a new way to hide themselves. It says, whilst these events, beginning of French Revolution 1789, were taking place in Europe, the New World, America, had been Illuminized. As early as 1786, a lodge of the Order of the Illuminati had started in Virginia and was followed by 14 others in different cities. In 1798, Jedediah Morse, a minister and the father of Samuel Morse, the inventor of the telegraph, preached a famous sermon on the Illuminati. He clearly discovered their presence in America. He said the Order of the Illuminati has its branches established and its emissaries at work in America. In 1812, the president at Harvard University, Joseph Willard, said there is sufficient evidence that a number of societies of the Illuminati have been established in this land. This organization continues worldwide by spreading its gospel of disaster. They are more organized than ever before. Those who believe their determination to wreak havoc on all existing systems have diminished or deceived. The work of these secret societies from their inception in 1789 to this day has been arduously working toward perfection. Their intended goal is to bring forth the destruction of Christianity. And not just the Christianity that they created, but the Bible in itself, because the Bible is the only book that calls them out and exposes them. Right? With the Bible, we can now fully expose their works. Now, next chapter, we're getting to the end of some of the references out of this book here. This particular chapter 11 is called The Warnings, Masonry and the New Age. This is page 109. From its inception, Freemasonry has fictitiously avowed to bring about the New World Order. There have been warnings issued by many men who have taken it upon themselves to expose this fact. Captain William Morgan, a Mason, in his expose titled Freemasonry Exposed, wrote the following on Masonry. So now we're going to get into these Masons now exposing Freemasonry, because you had a lot of them in there, didn't know what it was about, right? And once they figured it all out, they got out of there. But not only did they get out, they blew the whistle. The bane defined as curse of our civil institutions is to be found in Masonry, already powerful and daily becoming more so. I owe my country an exposer of its dangers. He wrote this in 1826. Captain William Morgan paid with his life for writing this treatise. The introduction to the original edition identified the Masons as his murderers. It said the author was kidnapped and carried away by a number of Freemasons. Again, blood in, blood out. You're not to tell the secrets. If you do, this is most likely going to be the result. You will be silenced permanently. The Masons, of course, disavowed any connection regarding his disappearance and death, right? So they basically wrote that they don't know what happened to him, right? Which you would expect. As a result of the nationwide turmoil over the alleged killing, the nation's first third political party, called the Anti-Masons Party, sprung up. So you even had an anti-Mason third political party spring up during this time, because people started to find out about these Masons. Nothing good comes from them, right? Everything is happening is all the evil. So they were identifying this mystery of iniquity working during this time. Their purpose was to protest the activities of the Masonic order. So today, that would be your modern day conspiracy theorists, right? Those that are calling out the conspiracy, identifying it, identifying them, those are your conspiracy theorists. Another former Mason, William Preston Vaughan, in 1830, likewise ventured to warn America about this subversively heinous organization. He said if the lodge went unchecked, the United States would have a Masonic monarchy for its government, a Masonic church, a Masonic way to a Masonic heaven, and blood and massacre and destruction to all who subscribe not to the support of the monarch. Again, these are all ex-Masons saying this from within, from being on the inside. Charles G. Finney, a gospel preacher who abandoned the Masonic practices after Captain Morgan was murdered. So you even had preachers that were ex-Masons coming out to be ex-Masons, right? So a lot of these, I know T.D. Jakes has been in the news a lot lately. A lot of these preachers have been initiated into this secret order. But he wrote a pamphlet, this Charles G. Finney, Why I Left Freemasonry. In it, he said, in taking these oaths, I had been grossly deceived and imposed upon. Indeed, I came to the deliberate conclusion that my oaths had been procured by fraud and misrepresentations, that the institution was in no respect what I had been informed it was, and it has become more and more irresistibly plain to me that Masonry is highly dangerous to the state and in every way injurious to the Church of Christ. Here we have the presidents now. We're going to talk about some presidents now speaking about Freemasonry. The sixth president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, wrote about his discovery in 1833. He said, I do not conscientiously and sincerely believe that the order of Freemasonry, if not the greatest, is one of the greatest moral and political evils under which the Union is now laboring. So what did Adams also state? A conspiracy of the few against the equal rights of the many, anti-Republican, not the Republican Party, but the concept of a Republican form of government in its sap, energies, vitality, I am prepared to complete the demonstration before God and man that the Masonic oath, obligations, and penalties cannot, by any possibility, to be reconciled to the laws of morality, of Christianity, or of the land. So even a president was able to identify Freemasonry's attack on Christianity, morality. Another president, Millard Fillmore, 13th president of the United States, made an interesting discovery. He said the Masonic fraternity temple tramples upon our rights, defeats the administration of justice, and bids defiance to every government which it cannot control. Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president of the United States, recorded his comments about his discovery. He wrote, "All secret oath-bound political parties are dangerous to any nation, no matter how pure or how patriotic the motives and principles which first bring them together." And then the last president that spoke about Freemasonry or these secret societies that we're going to speak about, John F. Kennedy. It says here, John F. Kennedy, secret society speech, synagogue of Satan, and mystery Babylon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
And I find this this actually picture diagram here very interesting. Whoever put this together, Khazarian Mafia, the world's puppet masters. When I went to get this to add to the information tonight, I didn't even, I wasn't even looking for this, but this was in here anyway. It says the fake Jews, the liars referenced in the Bible from the synagogue of Satan that hide in the shadows, thus mystery Babylon. So notice how the Bible has its mysteries it talks about, but then also within their secret societies, they have their mysteries, right? Their mystery religion. It says a worldwide syndicate with its origin going back 6,000 years to the Garden of Eden, comprised of blood-drinking pedophiles working for Satan. Unlimited money is spent hiding them, thus allowing them to secretly operate in the shadows. John F. Kennedy, in his infamous 1961 speech, referred to them as a secret society. Okay. So I wanted to throw that in there too, because not only were those other presidents that we just read about speaking about them, but also John F. Kennedy, picking back up in the book. You even had the Church of England speaking out in 1987. It says they released a report on Freemasonry after a summer session of examining the order. The article appeared in the Arizona Daily Star. It stated, Church of England leaders overwhelmingly endorsed a report yesterday that called Freemason rituals blasphemous. The report, Freemasonry and Christianity, are they compatible? Said some Christians found Masonic rituals disturbing and positively evil. Right? That was the Church of England, 1987. It says here, last page of this chapter, 113. Over the past 15 years, I have traversed this nation and the world, proliferating the gospel of Jesus the Christ. I have personally encountered countless numbers of men, both black and white, who have professed not only their belief in the gospel of Jesus Christ, but some were ministers. Many were pastors, evangelists, and the like, who had the particular distinction of being members of Freemasonry. Most of them, upon approaching me, tried to give a signal to determine if I was also a member. So this is how they communicate. They communicate with different verbal signals, but they also communicate in other ways. Like here, it says most commonly it was done with a hand shake. So they even have their own handshakes that they use to communicate. It says, I do not understand how a man could hold an office in the Church of Jesus Christ and also comply with the secret oaths of Freemasonry. Perhaps they, unlike others mentioned in this chapter, are not conversant with the hidden implications of the order, or perhaps they are. So you had Freemasons that were of the clergy, right, of these churches coming up to Damon Wilson trying to communicate and see if he was a Freemason, right, through their handshakes. And of course, he's saying, you know, they found out quick, I'm not a Freemasonry because I didn't do the handshake. I don't know what it is. So, you know, but that's how they identify, right? They identify through the signs, the symbols, the handshakes. And it's interesting because I had seen him on a TBN show. And I would imagine that you had some of those like Kenneth Copeland and others who were probably looking to try to do some type of Freemasonic handshake with him. And he, you know, he's like, you know, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You know, I'm just trying to shake your hand. But putting it two and two together, they were testing him out to see, is he one of the brotherhood? Is he one of us? So now the last chapter we're going to discuss before we now start to shift and tie it all together, because we had to start here. Okay. It says here, many people like Manly P. Hall, who was said to be the 20th century father of Freemasonry, believe that Freemasonry is the most powerful organization in the land. The New Age magazine published by the Scottish Rite released an article dated November 1948 that called attention to a comment made by Pierre Trudeau, the former French premier. The article read, Freemasonry does not explain everything, yet if we leave it out of account, the history of our times is unintelligible. As previously stated, a contradiction in purpose exists within Christendom. I have personally met and conversed with hundreds of men in various positions within organized Christian religion. Some were pastors and some were deacons. Many held positions within the church's board of directors. All were Freemasons and wore the trademark ring, right? So they even have, I know people have heard about the rings that they wear with the square and compass on it. When meeting them, they tried unsuccessfully to position my hand into the special handshake. That is, I'm told, the most expedient way to recognize a fellow Masonic brother. The disparity within the church ranks that had me baffled is, how can a man who has made a commitment to God and his Christ also be a Freemason? Alice Bailey, the New Age leader, said about the Masonic fraternity, it is a far more occult organization than can be realized. What does occult mean? We're going to get it in a moment, but it is a far more occult organization than can be realized, and is intended to be the training school for the coming advanced occultist. Right? This is where your wizards go for training. Your witches go for training. And for the women, it's more so Eastern Star. All right? And they prep you in college with the fraternities. The fraternities and the sororities are the introductions into this occultism. Why do you think a lot of people that are in that world of frat get so many benefits, right? Through that brotherhood, the rituals they do in those fraternity houses. The word occult is defined as hidden, concealed, secret, and esoteric movement. An occultist is one who believes in concealing secrets from others. Most Masonic halls or temples have either no windows or windows that do not reveal to those on the outside what is taking place on the inside. The gospel according to Mark chapter 4 and verse 22 says, "For there is nothing hidden which will not be revealed, nor has anything been kept secret, but that it should come to light." Okay. Then he goes into what we read earlier in Ephesians chapter 5 about exposing the unfruitful works of darkness and waking out of sleep, arising from the dead, and Christ will give us light. Page 129. Members of this powerful organization have access to a secret. Included in that secret are plans for the future of the world. This is the reason why there's so much predictive programming in entertainment, because these initiates into these secret societies are given the plans of what's going to happen. So they put it, because they got to tell you the truth before it happens. They put it in their entertainment. It's the Hollywood, the magic stick, the sorcery. It's also trauma-based mind control, right? Because through the trauma of watching the movie and seeing the apocalyptic events in the movie, right, it puts you in a state of fear or trauma. It says they know for a certainty that those plans are being kept from the average citizen. Very early in our Masonic career, we are taught that Freemasonry is a system of morality. So when you first come in, they lie to you and tell you that this is a moral organization. Our whole system is built on morality. The peculiarities of which are veiled, that goes that veiling, from the uninstructed and popular world by allegorical teaching and symbolic illustration. It stands to reason that the Masons had another morality. If that morality was beneficial to all the people of the world, you would think they would make it open and available to the general public. So again, if what they have is so great for mankind, why is it a secret? Why is it hidden? And you have to go through rituals and initiations to get access to this greatness that they have. They would not conceal it inside mysteries and allegories. Could it be that their morality is not sound and of benefit? This would explain why they want to keep it away from the citizens of the world. George Steinmetz, in his book titled Freemasonry, Its Hidden Meaning, says on page 130, "It is in the ancient symbols of Freemasonry that its real secrets lie concealed, and these are densely veiled to the Mason as to any other. The most profound secrets of Masonry are not revealed in the lodge at all. They belong only to the few." So even those lower level Freemasons that go in, they're not even given access to the top knowledge, right? The top secrets. They're concealed from them. You must climb the ladder to get to that point. Albert Pike confirmed this statement as true. His writing of this is read by all Masons. The book is titled Morals and Dogma. An excerpt from that book reads, "The blue degrees, the first 3 degrees of the 32, are but the outer court or portico a covered walk of the temple. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine that he shall understand them. Their true explication is reserved for the adepts, the princes of masonry. So what does Damon Wilson say here? The initiate is being lied to by his own fellow masons. One brother is lying to another. And what would you expect when you're talking about the man of sin, the son of perdition, the mystery of iniquity, with all lying wonders, right? The synagogue of Satan who do lie. What would you expect? That they wouldn't have any lying amongst them? Right? So that's why a lot of Freemasons that are up in there are deceived. They have no idea what's going on. It says here, some Masons are concealing the true meaning of the secrets from other Masons. This is the way that the powerful Masons operate, right? The organization that men of rank, wealth, office, and talent are joining. So I want to get a real quick scripture here, because the Bible talks about that too. Give me 1 second, pulling it up. When you go to 2 Timothy, chapter 3, verse 13, it says, but evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. So a lot of times people ask question, when these people that are in these positions are doing what they're doing, like, how are they doing what they're doing? Well, we're reading it in their own writings. We're reading it here in the scripture. These evil men and seducers are waxing worse and worse. And while they're deceiving others with their lies, they're also being deceived by their superiors with lies. And they're deceived and don't understand what's going on. They think what they're doing is the right thing, but they're being used as underlings. And then you have even those people who maybe not be a part of Freemasonry, but then the Freemasons will use their lies on those gullible underlings, whether it's compromising them through money or benefits or whatever the case is. So that's what's going on within Freemasonry, right? Within this whole order. Pike repeated that position inside the same book, but on another page. Masonry conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and sages or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled. To conceal the truth which it calls light from them and to draw them away from it. It says here, it might be informative to know just what an adept believes in. In the Royal Masonic Encyclopedia, it reads, adept, a name given to the order of Illuminati. Mr. Pike admitted that only the adepts, the illuminated Masons, or those who belonged to both organizations knew the secret of the Masonic lodges. They know that Lucifer is considered God. Manly P. Hall revealed the truth that not all Masons understand the meaning of the secrets inside the temple. He wrote this in his book titled Lectures on Ancient Philosophy. It says here, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. It is necessary to establish the existence of these two separate yet interdependent orders, the one visible and the other invisible. So they're using the outer Masons to cloak themselves. And they'll have the outer Masons operating as if they're doing stuff for the community to make it have the appearance of a moral, charitable organization, while the inner core is satanic, right, to the highest degree. It says here, the visible society is splendid camaraderie of free and accepted men enjoined to devote themselves to ethical, educational, fraternal, patriotic, and humanitarian concerns. The invisible society is a secret and most august fraternity whose members are dedicated to the service of a mysterious or anum arcandrum, defined as a secret, a mystery. Those brethren who have essayed to write the history of their craft have not included in their disquisitions a formal discourse of treaties, the story of that truly secret inner society which is to the body Freemasonic, what the heart is to the body human. In each generation, only a few are accepted into the inner sanctuary of the work. The great initiate philosophers of Freemasonry are masters of that secret doctrine which forms the invisible foundation of every great theological and rational institution. Manly P. Hall also wrote in his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, the initiated brother realizes that his so-called symbols and rituals are merely blinds, fabricated by the wise to perpetrate ideas incomprehensible to the average individual. He also realizes that few Masons of today know or appreciate the mystic meaning concealed within these rituals. Right? So we're just going in to show you the depths of Satan when you're mixed in. And you have a lot of people. I mean, I had family members that were mixed in with this stuff and didn't even know it because they were so low on the totem pole. Right? They thought that what they were doing was good. It says Masons do not even tell their more intelligent fraternity members what the secrets are. They ask them to figure it out for themselves. However, Pike says they start the process by hinting that the Masons worship something other than the God of the Bible in the first degree. Right? So their thing is, in order for you to come in for the first degree, you have to believe in a God. Doesn't matter what God. Then once you get in, they tell you, well, we really don't worship that God. We worship a different God. And you got to figure it out who we're worshiping. It says, apparently, if the Mason can figure it out for himself just who the other Masons worship, he gets to be one of them. This is what Pike wrote in Morals and Dogma. It is for each individual Mason to discover the secret of Masonry. Masonry does not inculcate her truths. She states them once and briefly, or hints them, perhaps darkly, or interposes a cloud between them and eyes that would be dazzled by them. Right, there goes that smoke. That rite, Scottish rite, raises a corner of the veil, even in the degree of apprentice, the first degree of the Blue Lodge, for it declares that Masonry is a worship. All right, so in so many words, Masonry is a religion. All right, we're coming to the last couple pages here, and then we're going to shift. And now that we have identified what's going on in these secret societies, primarily Illuminati, Freemasonry, these lodges, can we connect some other dots to this to bring it all home? Right, dealing with that man of sin and the mystery of iniquity. It says here, in another paragraph in the above mentioned book, Pike states, the conviction of all men that God is good led to a belief in a devil, the fallen Lucifer or light bearer. Right? That's what Albert Pike wrote. So when we come over to his letter, it's not far-fetched to read these words to say, well, if Albert Pike didn't write this, somebody who studied his works and studied the works of his predecessors, wrote this because it's too spot on, right? It is too spot on with what his own writings and those before him say. It says here, without the aid of being a genius, one could conclude that Albert Pike considers Lucifer to be the God that is good. The God of the Bible, creation, is the devil, the God of evil. The Masons do believe in a God. It is in the fallen light bearer, Lucifer. So now Isaiah 5:20 makes sense. Woe to them that put good for evil and evil for good. Bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. See, this is what the Masons believe in, the vice versa. Right? Everything is opposite and swapped. It says here, though Masons continue publicly to deny that their order is a religion, they admit this in some of their writings. Albert Pike wrote, Masonry is identical with the ancient mysteries. Manly P. Hall repeated this statement by saying, in Masonry, the ancient religious and philosophical principles still survive. Henry Clausen, the past sovereign grand commander, also confirmed that Masonry is connected to ancient mysteries. What ancient mysteries? He writes, we look toward a transformation into a new age using, however, the insight and wisdom of the ancient mystics. Roscoe Pound wrote in Masonic Jurisprudence that the truth is Masonry is undoubtedly a religious institution, its religion being of that universal kind in which all men agree. See, this is why they worship all the religions in the lodge. They got all the books there. Doesn't matter what God you believe in, because they worship them all. Right? These are the ancient mystery religions. So again, the Most High has his mysteries and initiation into Christ and his baptism, and Satan has his mysteries, his initiation into his perverted wisdom and knowledge. That's what's happening at these lodges and within these secret societies. Right? And Satan, the God of this world, has given them power to now control this world through their sorcery. It says here, Albert Pike, one of the Masons who did know, wrote, Masonry is identical with the ancient mysteries, a successor of the mysteries, the secrets, the things that are in silent. Okay, and I think that is the end of what we were going to read from this book. So now that we have some insight to how these characters operate, we really want to now dive into, and let me see if I can find it here. Give me one moment. Now we want to connect this because we talked about Amalek. Can we see some of the attributes of Amalek within all of this? Right? Does he have some of these attributes and characteristics of what we just read about with these Freemasons? Well, we see crypto Jews like Adam Weishaupt, German Jew, right? Who, through another Jew, a Rothschild, came up with the Illuminati. Right? One second here. May not have saved it. Let me see if I can find it. Give me one moment. Trying to find a link that give me one moment to find a link. I thought I had it, and I must not have saved it here, but it'll take me just 1 second to pull it up. So we can now connect these Amalekite dots to what we just discussed. Okay. Here we go. Pull right up. So what do we have here? Well, remember earlier we talked about Tex Mars. Damon Wilson quoted Tex Mars books and some of his references in his book. And also he was the instrumental in helping to put together this book here, The Synagogue of Satan. Forward by best-selling author Tex Mars. The Secret History of Jewish World Domination. Well, here's Tex Mars here. And this for this video, it says, they are likely low-level Freemasons who don't know what is happening higher up. Freemasonry is the study of Jewish Kabbalah, as Albert Pike points out in his book, Morals and Dogma. Christianity or any other religion is used as a front to initiate people into the fraternity. Let's check it out.
Get back to the Masonic fraternity of Freemasonry.
Yeah.
Their great symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David. In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples. Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism.
See this again. And I wonder what happened to Tex Mars. I wonder if he really, he passed away 2019, right before the lockdown. I wonder if he, was taken out. Because this guy used to, can't say I agree with every single point of doctrine, but he brought out a lot of information. What did he say about these Masonic symbols? Is what?
Symbol is G. You'll look at the star on the compass, which is a stylized Star of David.
The so-called Star of David. You see how quickly the Masonic square and compass, one of the greatest symbols of Freemasonry, is actually an unfinished pyramid pointing up and a pyramid pointing down. And when you finish both pyramids, you get what? You get your so-called Star of David. And what else did he say about this?
In fact, they have the entire Star of David in many Masonic temples.
They got the whole Star of David in many Masonic temples. Now we're getting somewhere, right? Really connecting these dots now. Remember, Adam Weishaupt was a German Jew. And it makes sense now why he was a crypto Jew trying to hide himself. So that, it could be a light shine, because these characters were always being called out throughout history.
Why is that? Masonry is a study of Judaism.
Masonry is a study of Judaism. Remember, the Jewish rabbinical teachings are based upon the Babylonian Talmud. And here you see these six-pointed stars on these Masonic temples. What's going on here? I thought this was the Star of David. Why are they on these Masonic temples for? Are these Israeli temples?
And of the Kabbalah.
The Jewish Tribune newspaper on October 28, 1927, stated, Freemasonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left?
So here we have, it says Freemasonry is Jewish magic. Say it ain't so. And we're going to get this quote here in a moment. We're going to go into that quote.
Albert Pike.
Oh, there he goes. You cannot talk about this without talking about, coincidence, another Jew, another Jewish, right? Freemason, father of the 19th century Freemasonry. Funny how these guys always are these particular ethnicities and persuasions are popping up in these spots every time.
Said in his book, Morals and Dogma, that the Kabbalah is the very basis. Without the Kabbalah, we would not have the 33 rituals.
Without Kabbalah, we're going to talk about the Kabbalah here in a moment, we would not have the 33 rituals of Freemasonry, the 33 degrees. You got to go through each degree is a ritual to get to the top
Of the Masonic Lodge. But the god they worship, the great architect, is Moloch.
We're going to talk about him too, not tonight, but we're going to come back. We're going to circle back to him. So now let's get receipts, because a lot was said in this video. And rest in peace to Tex Mars and all the great work he did and put out a lot of this information. Let's come over here to well, we have Morals and Dogma, right? I have a PDF of Morals and Dogma here. And let's see what Albert Pike said about the Kabbalah. Before we go there, let's first get the understanding of what the Kabbalah is. What is the Kabbalah? Uh-oh. So you see this, what is called the Tree of Life, always associated with the Kabbalah? It says here, Kabbalah is an esoteric means hidden. That's what esoteric means. Something that's been hidden, is a secret, only to the initiated, right? Is that a Jewish wizard there in this image with this tree of life? Only to the initiated, the initiates. Do they gain access to the secrets, to the esotericism? It's an esoteric method, discipline, and school of thought in Jewish mysticism. Well, what is mysticism? Let's get the definition of mysticism here. What is mysticism?
Mysticism.
It says the beliefs, ideas, or mode of thought of mystics. We're going to get, because we've seen that word also in the book we just read, some of the information we brought out tonight with these mystics. In this mysticism, it says a doctrine of an immediate spiritual intuition of truths believed to transcend ordinary understanding, or of a direct, intimate union of the soul with God through contemplation or ecstasy. Let's see if we have, right? So there goes your word Kabbalah, Kabbalahism, pietism, quietism, spiritualism, ontologism, orphism. A belief in or experience of a reality surpassing normal human understanding or experience, especially reality perceived as an essential to the nature of life. The system of contemplative prayer and spiritually aimed at achieving direct, intuitive experience of the divine. So basically within this Jewish mysticism, they're like, well, you can't understand. This is too deep for you. You're not spiritual or divine enough to understand this. You gotta come through the initiations. You gotta climb this tree, right? This Kabbalah tree to get to the top, right? To get to the top, to get to this knowledge, because it's too deep for you. It's hidden, secret, right? Come step into my lodge so we can get you there. Let's see what these mystics are.
Mystic.
It says involving or characterized by esoteric, otherworldly, or symbolic practices or content as certain religious ceremonies and art. spiritually significant, ethereal, of the nature of or pertaining to mysteries, known only to the initiated. So you can only get their mysteries if you go through their initiations. See, what Christ said, he's free for all to understand if you come unto him. Right? You want to know the truth coming to Christ. There is no initiations other than the baptism, which is not in secret. There's nothing mysterious about that. Any type of ritual that's in secret being done. It's all out in the open for the whole world to see. It says a person who claims to attain or believe in the possibility of attaining insight into mysteries transcending ordinary human knowledge as by direct communication with the divine or immediate intuition in a state of spiritual ecstasy. A person initiated into religious mysteries. So it just really comes down to, who do you want to be initiated under? Do you want to be initiated under Christ and his baptism, or do you want to come through this form of mystery understanding, right? Through the lodge. You have the words here. You have, again, Kabbalah, mystery. Okay. So Jewish mysticism is the Kabbalah. It says the Jewish Kabbalah is a set of esoteric teachings meant to explain the relationship between the unchanging, eternal God, okay, the mysterious Ein Sof, the infinite, and the mortal, finite universe. It forms the foundation of mystical religious interpretations within Judaism. So it is said that this is the basis of Freemasonry. See, now we're getting somewhere. We're bringing somebody from out the curtain, right, who's hiding himself, but no more longer can he hide himself. So when we come over here to the Morals and Dogma, and we just simply do a search for Kabbalah, right? You see it mentioned many times within Albert Pike's book. All right. So what is somebody who is a Freemason? Why is he talking so much about this book or this teaching or understanding that's within Jewish mysticism if it has nothing to do with Freemasonry? Right? And, you know, I'm not the most familiar person with this book, so I know that there are a lot here that this Kabbalah is spoken about within his book, and basically forming the conclusion that it is the basis of Freemasonry, that the Freemasonry is based off of this teaching. All right, but that's okay. We can see it here, and I got some other stuff here I want to show. So we have a book titled Freemasonry and Judaism. Secret powers behind revolution. And when you come here to the chapter, Jewish influence in Masonry, there's a lot here that is good that confirms these dots that we're connecting now with Amalek, Freemasonry, their ability to operate in secret, and their control over the world. It says here, what is the directing influence in Freemasonry? Many people answer the Jewish power. Here we enter upon a forbidden subject on which it is prohibited to touch. Can't even talk about it, right? Anti-Semitic. Don't go there. For the Jewish question is closely linked with the Masonic question. At the present time, Jews and Freemasons are working in collaboration throughout the world for the triumph of the universal revolution. The high Masonic posts are for the most part held by Jews in various countries. All right. The Jewish spirit dominates Masonry and imprints upon it the anti-Christian hatred, the fierceness of which would otherwise be difficult to explain. And it just so happens that these people, these Freemasons and Illuminati, wrote about the destruction of Christianity. And what do you know? The Jewish people hate Christ. Right? They hate Christ. And he identified a people who would say they are Jews and are not. And it's blasphemy and do lie. Masonry everywhere upholds and defends Jewish interests. Right? From whence does this alliance date? So you had a rabbi, right? You had a rabbi. Let me get him here. I believe it was going back to the synagogue of Satan. It says here, on October 28th, the Jewish Tribune of New York states that in an article, Masonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual and what is left. All right. So this was in the Jewish Tribune, 1927. Also speaking on this subject, the well-known rabbi, Isaac Wise, states, Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose history, grades, official appointments, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from beginning to end. And when you look into this guy, this rabbi, (32nd degree rabbi Isaac Wise, he was said to be, and I'll pull it up for you all to see it. Okay, and here you have, this was said to be a Masonic hand gesture inside the coat with his signature with the 32 degree next to it. Let's see who this guy Robert Wise is. See if we can find him here real quick. Isaac Mayer Wise. There he is. It says, at his death, he was called the foremost rabbi in America. Another foremost. We got Albert Pike, Manly P. Hall. Here it is, the foremost rabbi in America said, what? Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose history, grades, official appointments, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from beginning to end? Like, do we need to go any further on this, family? Even to the point to where it was also said in the Jewish Tribune of New York in 1927 that Masonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual and what is left. Now, in this book that we're reading here, Origin of Freemasonry and the Jews, actually, what is the name of this book again? Freemasonry and Judaism. It goes into all of this history, connecting Judaism and Masonry. And we may just come into this next time, but I just wanted to show you all real quick this book. It's all right here, right? Freemasonry and Judaism. And when you go back in time, remember, we got to go back in history here. You see these characters. Before there was a Adam Weishaupt, you had a guy named Sabbatai Zevi. 1626 was born. Was an Ottoman Jewish mystic, false messiah, and ordained rabbi from Smyrna, Turkey. And we know Turkey is where Satan's seat is, Pergamos, according to Revelation. He was likely of Ashkenazi origin, active throughout the Ottoman Empire. Zevi claimed to be the long-awaited Jewish Messiah and founded the Sabbatean movement, or the Sabbatean movement. Now, he had followers. He wasn't the first one to claim to be the Messiah. Because remember, they don't believe in Christ. So I'm going to show you where I'm going here. Because this is not a individual thinking of these people. Jacob Joseph Frank, Jacob Lebowitz was, and this is 1726, was a Polish Jewish religious leader who claimed to be the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Messiah, Sabbatai Zevi. So he claimed to be the reincarnation of this guy who was the Messiah. And this guy's the Messiah. Where is he at? And why does he need a reincarnation? And also, not only reincarnated of Sabbatai Zevi, he's also of the biblical patriarch Jacob reincarnated. The Jewish authorities in Poland excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines that he included deification of himself as part of a trinity and other controversial concepts such as neo-carpocration, purification through transgression, purification through sin. Why did I go here? What did 2 Timothy 2 tell us? Purification through sin. Thessalonians. What did it say about the man of sin? Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, right? He is the reincarnation of this God claiming to be the Messiah. Jewish, both Jewish. or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Sitting as the Jews in the temple, sitting as if he is a Jew, and that he is God, right? He is the Messiah. It goes on to say here in 2 Thessalonians 2, verse 7, for the mystery of iniquity doeth already work. The mystery of what? Sin. The man of sin. And what did Jacob Lebowitz say? Purification comes through what? Sin. I'm just trying to connect these dots for you, family, so you can see the history. This is not a individual thought within this ethnic group. Okay, this is what they believe. This is the reason why when you deal and see what's happening over there in Israel right now, right? You see how these people act within Hollywood, corporations, whatever, the arrogance. Remember the pride of Esau and Obadiah. These attributes, the pride of Esau's heart deceived him, right? Obadiah 1 and 3, the pride of thy heart hath deceived thee. So we're bringing all the secret things of Esau out, right? His hidden things sought out, primarily Amalek, right? Where is Amalek gone? Here you go. Here they are. All right. And this is why when you come over to news like this, it shouldn't surprise you. News out of Turkey. Strawturka.com. Why does a rabbi own Pornhub? Chosen people of God. Why does he own Pornhub? First of all, how is he in position to afford and the power to have access to own it is the first thing. Who gave him the power and position? And then why would a rabbi own filthy sin? Because that man of sin, that mystery of iniquity, must be revealed. All right. That man of sin must be revealed. All right. And so there's more on this, and we'll continue to keep building on this. But I definitely want to get over to the current present day prophecy. Because now with understanding this mystery of iniquity and what's at work, we can now understand what's happening in our present time, right? And foreshadowing in the future so that we don't get deceived and get caught up in the politics. What did we recently have? We had our Davos 2024 meeting. And what was the main thing that they are concerned about for the world in 2024?
For the global business community, the top concern for the next 2 years is not conflict or climate. It is disinformation and misinformation.
The top issue for the next 2 years, it's not climate, it's not conflict, it's disinformation and misinformation. I'm going to go and explain to you why here in a moment, if you haven't already figured out why.
Followed closely by polarization within our societies. These risks are serious because they limit our ability to tackle the big global challenges we are facing.
So the disinformation and misinformation doesn't allow them to tackle the global issues that we're facing right now. That's the problem of the world's problem. The world's problems is disinformation and misinformation. Now, who is that aimed at? Is that aimed at them for putting out disinformation and misinformation, or is that aimed at someone else?
Changes in our climate and our geopolitical climate, shifts in our demography and in our technology,
There goes that word technology.
spiraling regional conflicts and intensified geopolitical competition and their impacts on supply chains. The sobering reality is that we are once again competing more intensely across countries than we have in several decades. And this makes the theme of this year's Davos meeting even more relevant: rebuilding trust. This is not a time for conflicts or polarization. This is a time to build trust. This is a time to drive global collaboration more than ever before. This requires immediate and structural responses to match the size of the global challenges. I believe it can be done.
She believes it can be done. So here we have it. Surprise. The global elites have set their sights on a new target: free speech. And there you have another German Jew in Klaus Schwab, right? Maybe Adam Weishaupt's son, one of his grandsons, maybe his nephew. Okay. And, you see this over and over again repeated by them. And it's even in their 19th edition, 2024 Global Risk Report. All right, let me get to the page where they talk about it. Okay. When you come down here to page 8, the next 2 years, number one risk is misinformation and disinformation. Why is this? Coming back to 2 Thessalonians 2 and 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. Verse 6, and now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. All right. They must control the narrative, because we're in the time of the revealing. They're being exposed. They have to, in order for them to destroy Zionism, according to Albert Pike's letter, right, they have to do it their way, right? They're not going to allow the internet, which is a wilderness of free speech, now be able to call out, because people are watching more than ever. People are waking up more than ever to what's going on, right? And the only way that they get to their goal in their minds, they must control free speech. And the theme of Davos 2024 is rebuilding trust through censorship. Well, rebuilding trust is the name of their theme of 2024. But we know that this is going to come through censorship and surveillance. why do they need to rebuild trust? Okay. What trust? Why does it need to be rebuilt? What's going on? Well, you come over here and we have things like how are social media influencing vaccination? So when they don't have your trust and they have what they would call, this is just one example, and they have out there stuff that they would call misinformation and disinformation. Now people who are on the fence for getting vaccinated are numbers and recruits that they miss out on. Right? Not to mention the people who are staunchly against it. Right? They need to be the influencers, not the internet. So when you come to this video here,
when we're talking about misinformation, there's always a story, a drama, a conflict, something that really fascinating for people. So without these critical thinking elements in their mind, they just consume it excessively and believe it and eagerly to share about this.
We had a pretty bad situation during our 2014 election.
So not just with vaccines, but also with the elections. Right. There's another video here. I guess they changed it out. But it says here, we need a gold standard for randomized control trials studying misinformation and vaccine hesitancy on social media. How can doctors counter health misinformation on social media? Centering health workers and communities in key to building vaccine confidence online. All right. So they need you to have the confidence in their solution. And again, this is just one of many things that they must rebuild trust back. Right. 2024 theme of Davos is to rebuild back the trust that the disinformation and misinformation has been put out when it comes to all things information. And you can't go a broadcast without talking about the gates of hell. Speaking of the misinformation, Bill Gates is upset that misinformation about vaccines and associating certain people like himself or Fauci have malign intent.
COVID has also changed our relationship to healthcare. What does that mean for vaccination hesitancy in developing countries and developed nations?
Well, the misinformation about and associating certain people like myself or Fauci having malign intent with that was most acute in the United States, but which you would have thought, wow, global health research to talking about health, being ready for the next, when you've got millions of deaths, isn't that, it's sad, it's tragic, but isn't at least there a benefit that health is on the agenda? Sadly, it's a topic nobody wants to talk about because it was painful, it's over, let's move on from that.
COVID.
All right, so Bill Gates is concerned about the misinformation and disinformation that's out there because people don't want to take his vaccines. They're hesitant, right? They must rebuild back the trust, and disinformation and misinformation is the biggest thing. So being that that's the case, what do you think they're going to do about that? Disinformation and misinformation that they say is out there. All right. And it's not just Bill Gates. You also have who? Al Gore, also speaking about disinformation and misinformation.
On the Davos list this year, there's a new #1 threat, and that is misinformation and disinformation. And I think that's intimately connected to the threat we now face in American democracy. These algorithms that suck people down proverbial rabbit holes, they're more like the pitcher plants with slippery sides. And at the bottom of the rabbit hole, that's where the echo chamber is. And people who dwell long enough in the echo chamber become vulnerable to a new kind of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. And it is weaponized by those who are inculcating the delusions. And you get QAnon and climate denial.
So here's the things that they're saying is the disinformation and misinformation, climate denial. Of course, Al Gore, huge when it comes to the climate thing.
And election denial.
Election deniers. We're going to go into that here in a second. Let them finish.
Deniers, and that is a very serious threat to our ability to govern ourselves.
Well, isn't that oxymoronic of Al Gore to talk about election denial? What about, because when I seen that, I'm like, well, that reminds me, I was born in a time to remember something here. Let me get to the video for you all. Who all is familiar with this history here? Because Al Gore would have the nerve to fix his mouth about election denial. Well, what about the 2000
Too close to call
election between Al Gore and George Bush?
Too close to call.
Too close to call.
On the 7th of November 2000, voters headed to the polls to elect the next president of the United States. Would it be Republican George Bush or Democratic candidate Al Gore? With exit polls unable to determine a clear outcome on election night, it soon became clear that the presidency hinged on the results of one state.
Bush picks up his first state in the South. Gore gets his first win in New England. But no call yet in what both campaigns say may be the key to this election, Florida.
Following the original vote count, Bush was put in the lead, but due to the narrow margin, Florida state law mandated an automatic statewide recount. Bush still came out on top, but his lead was reduced. Florida's Secretary of State declared him the winner, though the Gore campaign took legal action to force recounts in a handful of counties, which they thought could help them overtake Bush's lead.
Hold up now. I thought Al Gore was against election deniers. Why, when the votes were counted for George Bush, why did he take legal action to say that the election wasn't won by Bush? If he's speaking against election deniers, what's his problem in 2000? Has he had a change of heart or change of philosophy? But he was one of the first election deniers.
Secretary of State declared him the winner, though the Gore campaign took legal action to force recounts in a handful of counties, which they thought could help them overtake Bush's lead.
See, when you see this happening, family, and you see someone coming out and talk about election denying, they're part of the agenda when you see them also playing in the same movie script of election denying. This is how the Freemasons operate. They double speak, right? They speak out both sides of their mouth because they're there for the agenda. So this is all part of the agenda. This whole election denial and these close elections didn't just start with Trump, right? This has a history long before Trump. This is 2000. This was 24 years ago.
Unreliable mechanical voting machines which punched a hole in the ballot made many voting slips hard to interpret, while in one county the unclear layout of the ballots added to the confusion. A week on from Election Day, Florida's Supreme Court ruled that hand recounts of questionable votes should go ahead in 4 counties. After weeks of legal wrangling to block the recounts, the court ruled that they should continue. The Bush campaign promptly filed suit. A day later, US Supreme Court judges ruled that the recounts must halt, and then on December 12th ruled 5-4 that no recounts could be held in time to meet the federal deadline for the selection of state electors. As a result, George W. Bush was declared the winner of the 2000 US presidential election. Many Democrats were incensed by the Supreme Court's ruling, pointing to the fact that a majority of the judges were considered to be conservative and therefore in favor of Bush.
It's a scandal.
Yes, I think it's over, but I think partisan decision.
So wasn't it the Democrats, right, who were telling the Republicans in the 2020 election to get over it? That you're conspiracy theorists and election deniers, when it was Republicans now who are challenging the voting. But 24 years ago, it was the other way around. The Democrats were the election deniers.
Forward 20 years and the US Supreme Court has a similar makeup. 6 of its 9 judges lean conservative, 3 of whom were nominated by Donald Trump. During this year's election campaign, Democrats have voiced fears of a repeat of the Florida saga.
So they had already called a repeat before it even happened, right? It's one big circus. Only for later, Al Gore
Small business
to concede.
Now the U.S. Supreme Court has spoken. Let there be no doubt. While I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it. I accept the finality of this outcome, which will be ratified next Monday in the Electoral College.
So he finally accepted it after so much election denial. In the year 2000, right? But now he's on the campaign of disinformation and misinformation and these election deniers. Which one is it, Al Gore? But it doesn't stop there for the Democrats. How many of you all remember this? When Trump won in 2016, Hillary Clinton opens door to questioning legitimacy of 2016 election. So now she was an election denier. But they only want to talk about the election denial that happened under Trump. But there were 2 circumstances of Democrats before Republican. Right? I just want you all to see this because we're gonna speak about these politricks, and let me show you all this here. It doesn't surprise me because you don't have to go too far. Speaking of the Illuminati, you had a Illuminati card game, which was released in 1995, 96. One of their cards was Al Gore, long before he was running for president. And I believe long before he became a climate or an environment activist, they had already pinned him a climate activist before he was a climate activist. You also have Illuminati card for Hillary Clinton. All right. So again, their predictive programming, these people are all in on it, Freemasons. And speaking of Trump, I know you all have seen this, probably most of you. For those that say Trump is good and he's not part of the system, and he's come up and he's just been rich and he ran on his own dime and he's never been in politics and he's not affiliated or associated with none of them. Well, here you have Trump spotted with none other than German Jew Klaus Schwab of the WEF, World Economic Forum, and Trump says what?
Well, we've loved it. We think it's a great country, a beautiful country, and we have had a tremendous success.
Yeah, great success.
We have had a tremendous, we have had a tremendous success.
This gentleman, as you know, he's done a great job.
And this gentleman, you know, has done a great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more question. What?
All right. Hope it's all coming together. And not only did you have a Illuminati card for Hillary, but you also have one that is said to be for Trump. Let me get it, pull it up here. Find it. This is supposed to be the Trump Illuminati card. Enough is enough. At any time, at any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day. And let me pull up the side by side. Right? Looks like Trump to me and their Illuminati card game. Enough is enough. And we're going to get back to Trump here in a moment. We have an article here, War. 25 red states rally behind Texas as battle brews with Biden over border. How many of you all are paying attention to this right now? Where Biden has given the Texas governor, it was until sometime today, to stand down. But you had 25 states said to back, 25 red states, Republican states, said to back the Texas governor. Here's a video.
All together.
Go back.
All together, counting Texas, we have 15 governors in 15 states from the United States that are deploying personnel to secure the border. Altogether, if you add in the other states that are supporting this mission, 25 governors in 25 states, half of the states of the United States of America are banding together.
Half of the states of the United States of America are banding together
to step up and secure a border that President Biden has abandoned.
That President Biden has abandoned. So then, speaking of Trump, Trump calls on all states to deploy National Guard troops to Texas amid Biden border fight. Now, Trump was just with Klaus Schwab, right? I'll show this video here real quick, and then we're going to come back to Trump and Abbott.
are not safe. I am being serious when I say that every single person should be learning to defend themselves. Take a look at this video.
It says, is America on the brink of a civil war?
Absolutely terrifying. This is a migrant that is lacing a threat to Americans when people ask him, who are you? Where are you coming from?
If you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're going to know who I am.
Soon you're going to know who I am. Did that accent sound to you like a Mexican accent? It didn't sound like one to me. The internet sleuthed and tried to determine who exactly that person was because obviously it seems like he is threatening us. It is being speculated that that individual is Mavsum Samadov. Mavsum Samadov leads the Azerbaijan Islamic Party, and they have close ties to Hezbollah. So yes, it is being speculated that at this moment, terrorists, people that hate the United States, are being allowed over the border. And what they're going to do, well, maybe exact revenge. But this doesn't seem to concern the federal government at all. In fact, now that states are starting to say, we need to do something about this, the Biden administration is suing those states to stop them. That's what's going on in Texas right now. Just to give you a roundabout number, 6.2 million migrants have illegally crossed into the United States, and obviously Texas is a massive border state. So the governor of Texas ordered for the National Guard to put up razor wire, to install razor wire on the border to stop this influx of migration. Why would the federal government have a problem with that? They did. The Biden DOJ sued them to stop that razor wire from being put up. And then what happened was that lawsuit went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court decided in favor of the Biden administration. They said, nope, you have to take down that razor wire because the feds are saying that they need that stretch of land to remain open. Now, obviously, Texas did not take kindly to that. Hey, we are Texas. We joined the Union in 1845 under the expectation that you would provide us protection from foreign threats. You have now failed when it comes to your side of the deal. Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued this official statement regarding the Supreme Court decision and how they would be responding. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Despite having been put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand, President Biden has ignored Texas's demand that he perform his constitutional duties.
So Governor Abbott has stated the federal government has broken the compact of the United States, between the United States and the states. So basically, the United States agreement has been broken between the states. What does that mean? Right?
Under President Biden's lawless border policies, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. That is more than the population of 33 different states in this country. This illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and the other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. That is why the framers included both Article 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion, and Article 1, which acknowledges the state's sovereign interest in protecting their borders. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4 has triggered Article 1, Clause 3, which reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion under Article 1, Clause 3 to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority as well as state law to secure the Texas border. Wow. So what we have here is Texas is saying, you've abused your power and we are not listening. We are now sending our National Guard to defend the border. What happens next? Is Biden going to send federal agents to shoot Americans on behalf of allowing illegal immigrants to flood into our spaces, into our neighborhoods, into our schools? Seems unlikely, especially since other states are now saying that they stand with Texas. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida tweeted this: "If the Constitution really made states powerless to defend themselves against an invasion, it wouldn't have been ratified in the first place, and Texas would have never joined the union when it did." Texas is upholding the law while Biden is flouting it. Florida will keep assisting Texas with personnel and assets. And he wasn't the only one. Glenn Youngkin of Virginia tweeted this: "Virginia stands with Texas." Greg Abbott is doing the job Joe Biden and his border czar refused to do to secure our border. The Biden administration has turned every state into a border state. We must stop the flow of fentanyl, save lives, and secure our southern border. Kevin Stitt of Oklahoma tweeted this: simply, "Oklahoma stands with Texas."
So everybody's drawing up sides. And who's at the center of this, aligning themselves with? Texas.
Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota followed and said, "Governor Abbott is exactly right to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend itself. The Biden administration has created a national security crisis and put Americans in danger. Their failure is an unconstitutional dereliction of duty. South Dakota has been proud to help Governor Abbott's efforts to secure our border." Brian Kemp of Georgia wrote, "Enough is enough."
Enough is what? Enough is enough? Enough is enough. Coincidence?
Our southern border is in crisis thanks to the Biden administration's refusal to do their job. Greg Abbott and the state of Texas have our full support. As I said, this is a constitutional crisis that is happening right now, and you need to be aware of it. It will be Biden's move next, but suffice it to say that I stand with Texas. This is exactly what needs to happen. If you are not awake now to the crisis that we are facing at our border, then I hope that listening to this will make you aware of it. Because what is happening today is going to impact tomorrow. Our children are not safe. I am being serious when I say that every single person should be learning to defend themselves. We are allowing criminals and we are allowing drugs over the border. And I am not sure, again, why it is that our federal government wants this to happen. This doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to her, but to those who are initiated into the testimony of Christ, right, have been made, revealed the mysteries, understanding of these times and what's going on. I'm going to show it here in a moment.
This is evil. This is actually evil what is taking place. And of course, it's not because they're concerned about racism or xenophobia. Something much more nefarious is at foot. So pay attention, you guys. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Something much more nefarious is at play. So then you have Alex Jones saying, should Texas secede and elect Elon Musk as his first president? More here in a moment on the Muskrat, some of this more insanity being said. But to deal with, right, we saw Trump. He was with Klaus Schwab. He's calling on all states to deploy National Guard troops. Well, not only is Trump with Klaus Schwab as he sits here with Abbott, but you also have Abbott with the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab, right? Here it is on their website as one of their members. So when you understand what we just have gone through for the majority of this live stream dealing with the Illuminati's plan, right? They're Freemasons and how they've infiltrated government and what their plans are as far as abolishing governments, you would understand what's going on right now, especially prophetically, with these prophecies also speaking about this. It's not a mystery. It's not confusing as to why these so-called migrants are being led, these criminal migrants are being led across the border. Problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectic. And not only did they tell us their world plans so many ages ago, but these Freemasons also put it in their predictive programming for entertainment. We've talked about this particular video game, Shattered Union. Let's see if we can revisit Shattered Union.
Following a disputed election.
And see if we can see a lot of the elements that are happening now in our reality, what this video game showed us back, I believe this is a 2005 video game. Dealing with the elections, and then dealing with these elections, remember, this is an election year. All of a sudden, 25 states have aligned themselves to Texas in defiance of the federal government in an election year. We heard disinformation and misinformation is the theme for 2024 and election deniers. Al Gore, who was also an election denier in 2000 with George Bush. Let's check out this video game here.
And a tie vote, the U.S. Congress installs the most unpopular president in U.S. history as David Jefferson Adams becomes the 44th president of the United States. Shortly after the election, increased unrest, rioting, and a growing number of militias have given rise to ever-increasing domestic terrorism. In response, the president invokes the Homeland Security Act and declares martial law on the West Coast and other areas of the country. Though highly contested, a Supreme Court ruling sidesteps the electoral process, disqualifying popular presidential candidates from several states. Public outrage explodes when a sham election leads to incumbent David Adams accepting a second term in office. During the 57th Inauguration Day ceremonies, Washington, D.C. is struck by a low-yield nuclear weapon, killing David Adams and most of the U.S. Congress. The destruction of Washington, D.C. effectively breaks the chain of succession, sending the nation into chaos. In an emergency vote, the European Union deploys peacekeepers in the greater D.C. area to secure international interests. With separatist sentiment rising, California's governor declares home rule and secedes from the Union. Texas follows quickly and declares sovereignty, taking neighboring states with them and forming the Republic of Texas. Now, the once United States of America lie in ruin. The time for words has passed, and a second American Civil War now erupts as 7 factions wage war across the land. They battle one another to reclaim a nation, to restore peace, to rebuild this shattered union.
A once United States is now united in what? Ruin? Destruction?
In ruin.
And before Abraham Lincoln said it, Christ said it. A house divided against itself cannot stand. But this was the first American Civil War. And you have these elections that lead to California seceding from the Union, Texas seceding from the Union, forming the Republic of Texas, right? And right now we're seeing what? 25 red states rally around Texas with this federal government Texas border crisis dispute. You know, hey, you all tell me what's going on, right? But it all makes sense to me when you read their Illuminati playbook, right? And it doesn't surprise me or shock me when I see images like this. Right during the election night, Hillary and Trump partying with Kissinger at Jesuit Gala. They go, you Roman Catholics. It says it would not have mattered who won. There is only one side of politics, and it's in lockstep with the Vatican and the UN in ushering in the New World Order. All else is merely a stage show and a charade to make us think we have involvement and choices in these matters, and to distract us while the real agenda gets pushed through. The destruction of our children's soul in their classrooms by indoctrination to gender fluidity, which is Satanism and a big part of the New World agenda. And it should be of great interest, therefore, that practically on the eve of the U.S. election, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton partied the night away at a Jesuit function that included such prominent Jesuit-trained attendees as Henry Kissinger. Not only did the two not look like sworn enemies, they looked like two crossed lovers going to their first prom. And not just that image, but you also had other images. There you have Trump, Bill Clinton together. Looks like at a football or tennis, some type of sports game match. And you also had, back in the day before the election, the Trumps with the Clintons. So society is being played and they can't figure it out. They're stuck in what Baruch calls the stupor, or what Paul is speaking of and the Bible speaks of when it talks about the mystery, right? People can't figure out what's going on, but the clues are all right in front of us what's going on. We have Freemasonry at work. The great Illuminati plan of Adam Weishaupt and the Rothschilds at work, and everything pretty much that was laid out in Damon Wilson's book that he cited sources from their sources, like he says, happening right now, was called out in his book. At the same time, you have America at the brink of civil war. You also have NATO holding the biggest drills since the Cold War with 90,000 troops. How many of you all knew about this drill? This drill called what? Steadfast Defender. This is off of NATO's website. So at the same time, while you're starting to see civil war erupt in America on a military level, you're seeing world war positioning and posturing happening in the East, all in lockstep, all simultaneously. You think this is coincidence? Or does this sound like an orchestrated, manufactured, and engineered plan by the powers of darkness? Okay, so this is off NATO's website. steadfast defender that will go from February to May of 2024. Now, I don't proclaim to be the expert in exercises, but I don't know that I've ever heard an exercise lasting 3 months. Right? From February to May. Well, at least 2 months, maybe more, maybe 3. That's a long time for an exercise. The biggest exercise since World War II. And NATO, which is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is pretty much the whole West, Europe and America, doing a exercise in the Eastern Hemisphere. 90,000 soldiers. And all the while you're hearing things about a draft, America ready to send military over to Israel and the East. All the while you have these so-called migrants coming in who are now getting jobs as security in our communities, also enlisting in the military. So American troops are looking to be sent overseas. All the while you have foreign troops being sent in under the disguise of migrants. So when you see movies and books, Red Dawn, this is a covert Red Dawn happening right before our very eyes. Happening in a way which, if you're not paying close attention, you would not recognize the invasion happening. Right? At the same time, the red states and the blue states starting to posture and separate themselves. The governor of Texas, who is a WEF groom boy, right? Being orchestrated by Trump, being orchestrated by Klaus Schwab, the German Jew, over the WEF, who himself is calling for this great reset and this disinformation, misinformation campaign that's happening right now, rebuilding the trust back. And what is this all leading us into? Concluding here, we make sure that there's not more here. Of course, you have your Bill Clinton card of the Illuminati and your Hillary Clinton card where she has the leash and he has the collar on, showing that she is the high witch controlling him. Similar to Jada and Will Smith, right? And right, we also did the broadcast on the Trump spill, the presidential distraction and America's hope in Babylon. So they just need you to keep believing in the dream so they can continue the spell, right? Keep believing in this world. When they came out with the movie at the end of last year, going into this year, Leave the World Behind. And Alex Jones calling for Elon Musk to be the first president of Texas. Who is Elon Musk? Well, we have a article here. Elon Musk is the grandson of a Jewish Canadian leader of the technocracy movement, openly backed by Masons and the Rockefellers. When you look up Elon Musk, it doesn't say anything about him being a Jew. Could he be a crypto Jew being sent in to gain your trust under the new Twitter called X, to think that you are being given free speech, right? But this is the same guy creating and bringing you your Neuralink. So all the while we're looking at Civil War, World War, they have a technocracy. Remember, Damon Wilson said that as this happens, this new age we're going into is going to be based upon technology, the technocracy. So when you go into this company that Elon Musk's dad helped fund called Technocracy Inc., it says Technocracy Inc. is a research and educational organization formed in 1933 as an outgrowth of the Technical Alliance, a distinguished group of scientists, engineers, economists, and educators formed in late 1918 to study the effects of technology on our social structure for some 14 years. This group gathered data and came up with the following conclusion. The earth contains sufficient resources to provide every man, woman, and child with an optimal standard of living. We have the technology know-how, the infrastructure, and the physical machinery to realize this goal. In the face of advancing technology, human labor is being replaced, thus removing consuming power from a large portion of the population. Therefore, we must seek a sustainable means of distribution of goods and services to all citizens. People are being replaced with technology. And of course, this article states that Elon Musk is the grandson of a Jewish Canadian of this technocracy movement, basically a government set up strictly on technology. That's what a technocracy is in a nutshell, openly backed by Masons and the Rockefellers. And then fast forward to this week, what do you see? Speaking of Elon Musk, where did we see him at? Elon Musk arriving today at Auschwitz concentration camp in Poland to help raise awareness of anti-Semitism, all in the midst of a misinformation, rebuilding the trust campaign by Davos and the WEF, and the man of sin being exposed right now. Is Elon Musk just raising anti-Semitic awareness, or is he also possibly paying homage to his roots? Let's check it out.
Europe now is divided into smaller sectors,
So here you have Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro, who was a known Jew, and rabbis.
I mentioned the story of a Czech family camp. There was a family camp for Sinti and Roma people here. Again, the Germans didn't want to separate them because they thought it would be easier to control them. The Roma people live a very communal way of life. They don't mix.
אל מלא רחמים שוכן במרומים המצא מנוחה נכונה על כנפי השכינה.
And is this a ritual? Right? Is this a Jewish ritual? And here you have Elon Musk with his yarmulke, his small hat on. See, people think that he's just there to raise anti-Semitic awareness. No, he's there to pay homage to his people and his forefathers. If you do the history and the research, and to participate in the ritual. See, there he is with his yarmulke on, lighting the candle, right? Never again. So, and when you look at Twitter, the only people you cannot talk about on Twitter is the Jewish people. But it's okay, because the Bible tells us that that man of sin must be revealed in his time. So we're here to reveal him and who he is. He can't hide anymore. He's hidden in his secret societies, his lodges, his Freemasonic orders. His plans have been exposed, right? All of his plans. So when you see what's happening on the political scene, it should not be a mystery. They wrote about it. The Bible prophesied about it. All right. These people are in position for a reason. All right. They didn't get it in these positions to own Pornhub and to own Twitter and to be in these political seats. They didn't get there because of hard work and because they were voted in. They were, chosen by the people. These are the children of Amalek, and this is the mystery of iniquity unveiled. All right, and we're going to continue to keep exposing the secret. This is the beginning. This is way more information for us to go into, that because we ran out of time, we weren't able to go into it because it's so much. All right, but hopefully get a little bit of history. It gives you the understanding of sense of what's going on right now, so that you cannot be deceived by any means, right? What these Amalekite, Zionist, dark powers are doing, right? You can be broken from the spell for those who maybe in any type of way were under the spell. All right. And there's so much more I would like to deal with on this, but because of lack of time, we must conclude. 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time here, where I'm at. But we will pick back up and continue to build on what we talked about this evening, as well as other past live streams, lessons. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the Sabbath lesson with the elders. I pray the information this evening was edifying, that brothers and sisters are praying and watching always with what's going on, standing bold in these last days, these end times with what's going on, standing bold, standing confident in your faith, that we are initiated in Christ, and everything the Bible has laid out for us, and being in obedience to that. All right. So bless you, brothers and sisters. Thank you for your support, your continued support. Once again, you help make this broadcast what it is, this live stream. All right. And until next time, make sure in the meantime, you do not fall victim to the smoke and mirrors, the distractions, the tricks and the wiles of the devil. Shabbat Shalom, and God bless.